October 20th. This is the Douglas County Planning Commission, and I will call the meeting to order. For purposes of determining a quorum, I will call the roll, and if you would answer present when you're here. Christy?
Present.
Bryce?
Present.
Dave?
Present.
Mark?
Present.
Brian?
Present.
Maureen?
Present.
Thank you very much. We have all 7 members, a quorum, and I will now lead the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. Public comment cards and comments left on the county's website prior to the meeting have been compiled and made a part of the supporting materials that have been provided to the Planning Commission and public for review. Only 2 periods of public comment will be taken during this meeting, once at the beginning of the meeting and once again at the end of the meeting. Public comment will not be taken on each agenda item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person who has left a voice message on the Douglas County's public comment phone line, 775-783-6088. Once a public comment period has been opened, once public comment closes, the voice messages will be played to the public and Planning Commission in the order they were recorded. No more than 1 voice message public comment per person will be played during each public comment period. Douglas County's public comment phone line became available to take public comment at 12 noon. Public comment will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public comment phone line. The Planning Commission wants to encourage respectful consideration of all views by members of the public. If the content of any voicemail is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of others, the voice message will be skipped to the next public's comment. I would note that the time is now 1:02. So Colleen, do you have public comments you can play at this point?
Yes, Colleen Zepeda for the record. I have 3 so far. I will start with the first one.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I oppose the process today. It's not really a workshop. There's no interaction. I'm not sure how you expect the public to provide viable feedback during the staff report today. I'm also confused. We turned in comments on the version that was provided to us last week. Those comments may or may not be discussed today by staff or by the commissioners. Next, tomorrow, if we have overflow, we will be doing the same thing. I'm not sure how all of this comes together. Then November 4th, we have a Planning Commission hearing for possible recommendation to the Board of Commissioners. When do we get the version from the workshop input? I guess a couple days before the November 4th meeting. Then those comments will be gathered, supported or not for going into the document. Then we'll get another version of it before the early December Board of Commissioners meeting. Again, I'm totally confused.
This is comment number 2.
Jim Slade. This 2020 draft master plan update has changed many goals and policies from previous versions, most designed to make the plan more pro-development. This is contrary to the public's priorities and repeatedly expressed desire to keep our rural character. The changes, rather than reflecting the public interest, are in keeping with the pro-development desires of community development and 3 county commissioners, 2 of whom will only be in office until the end of the year. Those changes, for the most part, are inappropriate and insulting. This update process has not been nearly as much public outreach and input as every prior update. Well, part of that is certainly due to COVID-19. Much of it is not and seems to be a purposeful desire on the part of community development, the planning commission, and county commissioners to limit public input. The county still won't allow in-person meetings, which could easily be done with social distancing and masks required. These past update has allowed public comment on every master plan element as they're considered. To now only allow public comment at the beginning and end of each meeting is designed to limit public input. The chairman should allow public comment on each element separately starting today. The one agenda item has a 469-page packet, which was only made available to the planning commissioners and the public last Thursday. It is full of survey data and 2016 update info and the proposed changes for 2020. The only way to identify the changes from the current plan, 2011, to the proposed 2016 update and then to the 2020 update is to flip back and forth over many pages in different documents to attempt to discern what changes have been made, which is nearly impossible task for the entire master plan in such a short time period. The draft plan should be presented to the Planning Commission and the public at least a month before you consider what changes should be made. It is insulting to try to rush this through so quickly and is only being done to accommodate pro-development individuals and groups to the detriment of the public as a whole. Community development, the Planning Commission, and the County Commissioners should be ashamed of themselves for trying to rush this through this way, which is clearly contrary to the public interest. This meeting should be continued until sometime in November to give commissioners and the public time to digest this massive and important update to our master plan. It takes that much time to go through these 469 pages and make reasoned recommendations and comments. Our master plan is vitally important to the county, but only if it reflects the public will, not that of special interests. Slow the process. Go out to every community to get their input, not only on their own community plan, but on the overall plan. Staff should be embarrassed by how difficult they have made this update to understand and follow. Do what's right for the entire community, not what's expeditious for special interests. This update has been delayed for 4 years and should not be rushed now.
Comment number 3.
Lynn Muzzy, M-U-Z-Z-Y. The master plan is supposed to be driven by community needs and objectives, but that's not how it's been working. The Park 2500 Home project was waved through by the questionable logic of moving mostly theoretical development rights from Topaz to the Carson Valley. Park was the biggest land use change in decades, driven not for the public good, but to benefit one family, as Terry Burns had put it. Engaged residents objected to Park at BOCC meetings for months, with well-grounded objections.
The Douglas County Planning Commission.
All heroically explained away by the board majority with imaginary benefits to the community. This lame duck BOCC majority is pushing through master plan changes with the help of their hand-picked allies on the Planning Commission. An ethical government would insist that private amendments to the master plan should be considered only when proven beneficial to the whole community. But that only obtains when our commissioners are not determined to serve developers and landowners. Douglas County residents have voted for a new BOCC that will establish an orderly process to determine public policy that both the high and the low among us will follow. Jim Slade and Ellie Waller have called this BOCC out for not following current master plan protocols. This outgoing board majority leaves their special friends richer, our open space sharply diminished, our public safety and judicial personnel with an overcrowded jail-like building, and the voters without a true downtown bypass. As a point of privilege, as one of his campaign volunteers that Chairman Penzel lied to about his real agenda, I'm going to suggest that the new board rename 395 through town the Penzel Parkway.
That's the last one so far.
Okay, thank you, Colleen. I have that it's 1:09, so we started at 1:02. So unless you have anything else that has come in.
Nothing.
Okay, we can close public comment. So as of 1:09, opening public comment is closed. The county's public comment phone line will remain open to allow for closing public comment to be recorded as the meeting progresses. And once again, that public comment phone line is 775-783-6088. We'll now move to approval of the agenda. The agenda is before you in the packet. So I would be looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Maureen moves to approve the agenda. Is there a second? Is there a second to approval of the agenda?
I'll second.
Christy, I think you jumped in before Mark. So Christy moves to second the agenda. Is there discussion on the agenda? Seeing no discussion, then I will call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Mr. Chairman, just one question. For the public's benefit, can you clarify why these meetings are not being held in person? What was the reason for that, just so there's clarity to everybody?
I will also allow Sam Taylor to join in, but I think the county has taken a stance that we need to be particularly careful for the public and the planning commissioners members' health and safety due to the COVID-19 crisis. We also had limitations on the room size, so we have to be very cognizant of that. So those are the primary reasons that I believe the county has continued to have the meetings as we have been doing for the last several months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we were at your point, I think, Bryce, for approval of the approval of the agenda.
Aye.
Dave?
Nay.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen? Maureen, I couldn't quite hear you.
Aye.
Thank you very much. The chair votes aye. So in this vote, the ayes are 6, the nays are 1, and the agenda is approved. So now I will read into the record the first item on the agenda for possible action. Presentation and discussion on the proposed 2020 updates to the Douglas County Master Plan, which includes amending all existing chapters, creating a new structure of elements to include executive summary and county profile, land use and historic preservation, agriculture and conservation, growth management and housing, economic development, public facilities, services and recreation, public safety, and implementation. Following a presentation from staff on the plan update process to date and the new elements, including suggested changes, the Planning Commission will vote to accept the draft 2020 master plan for review. Next, the Planning Commission will review goals, policies, and actions within the draft plan and vote on items that receive consensus approval. Then the Planning Commission will move into discussing proposed changes to goals, policies, and actions that did not receive consensus and will provide direction to staff to make changes to those items. Unfinished items will be carried over to the October 21st meeting. So, Sam, I think if you can begin with a short summary of the survey results on the master plan update, and then give us a summary of where we're at and what we'll be considering today. I know the Planning Commission members have spent long hours studying the materials, so if you could just give us the overview, and then later on we'll delve into the details. And I believe we have Derek Kirkland from Wood Rogers also on the call. And Sam, you can either start or Derek can start. Derek, just please identify yourself. And if you need to share anything, you can either do it through Sam or yourself. So go ahead, Sam, and go ahead, Derek.
Okay, thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Sam Booth, Planning Manager, and as the Chairman just said, we have Derek Kirkland from Wood Rogers that's with us this afternoon as well. There's 2 or 3 slides in the presentation I think Derek is going to discuss with you, and I'll get that started. Colleen, can you enable sharing, and I'll screen share the presentation I have for you guys. Okay, can everybody see that? So first of all, just to get started this afternoon, Tom Delaire, our Community Development Director, and myself wanted to thank the Planning Commission for the many hours we know you guys have spent reviewing the materials that we've submitted, the several joint meetings we've had with the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. Some of you had attended the public workshops or had attended meetings at some of the local towns or GIDs. The time you guys have spent, we appreciate that. I know I've fielded questions from you guys about some of the public comment that was submitted, and just questions you all have had about what we've posted in the document as it's moved forward in this process. So thank you for the time, the involvement that all of you have given us in this process. And we also, wanted to thank the public. We have received extensive public input on the plan throughout the process as we've done this. Of course, it's been a long time coming. We're excited to be here today. We'll discuss in this presentation a little bit about the public comment and the presentations and workshops that we've done. But just want to, we can tell that there is an excited community that is interested in giving us input on this process and this master plan update. And we've seen discussions on just about every topic that the master plan talks about and that we have included here. So it's exciting to see that public input and response rate that we've received so far. And finally, Tom and I really wanted to thank Douglas County staff, department heads across the county. Were involved in this process and have worked closely with us. The goals and policies and action items that you guys see in this document, those have been vetted by department heads that relating to their respective departments. We have reviewed those with them. They have seen those items, given us input and feedback. And the time that they've spent, of course, they have their own things that they're trying to work on with respect to their departments. But they've spent quite a bit of time giving us feedback and input on the plan as well. And then just, of course, the staff members working with us and Wood Rogers and Logan Simpson and UNR for their input and the data that they've gathered and the time they've spent putting everything together. So don't need to spend any more time on that, but thank you for everyone. And again, we're excited to be at this point this afternoon to present this stage of the plan to you guys. The first slide I have, I discussed with the Planning Commission last week, so there's really no need to stick on this timeline too long here. But as you all know, it's been a long time coming. This process was started for this master plan update in 2016, and we are moving forward to update this plan. Here we are 4 years later. Of course, staff is wanting to impress upon the Planning Commission, as well as the commissioners and the public, the importance of moving forward with this plan update, just merely because the existing 2011 master plan is now 9 years old. And we are in dire need of a new and updated document to reflect today's conditions throughout the county. And the steps that were made last year with the 2019 maps and community plan updates and revising of some of those areas need new descriptions to follow them and need new updates, goals and policies to reflect those new maps that have been approved. And so this is just following through with that process that we started last year and the plan that we put ourselves on. So again, we are here basically at the final plan being presented for adoption. I can talk a little bit further as we move through this, but of course, you may have seen in your agenda and the notices posted today and tomorrow will focus on the goals, policies, and actions, and those are what were posted in the packet. By the end of this week, we will be posting the draft elements of each of these basically chapters or elements of the plan for the Planning Commission and the public to review. And then we hope to, if we can get an approved copy of goals, policies, and actions, we will marry those into the draft elements and bring those back to the Planning Commission for approval of the complete document on November 4th. And then we will have about a month of time before the commissioners will take up the master plan update with their potentially 3 special meetings on the master plan update. So I know I heard some comments under public comment about, the time and the ability to review these items. Of course, there is quite a bit of materials here. If we're able to move through with approving a document on November 4th, we believe there's going to be more than 30 days for that to be reviewed, but prior to it going to the Board of County Commissioners. So with that, I'll turn it over to Derek from Wood Rogers, and Derek is going to talk about just the input that his team has given into this process and the roles of his team and Douglas County staff and how this plan has come together.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers for the record. I'm just going to go through kind of process and a little bit of how we've gotten here with the work that our team has put in along with staff. The first thing we started with was a goals and policies survey and audit that was done by Logan Simpson, and we do have Melissa Ruth who is on as well from Logan Simpson if we have specific questions related to that. But essentially what we did with that was Logan Simpson went through, provided a pretty extensive audit and survey that was provided to members of the public, a lot of different staff members, planning commission, county commissioners. And so basically the results of that were taken in a couple different directions. The goal audit portion of that was taken through another survey that was put together by Wood Rogers and reviewed through staff. And a lot of the comments we got on the survey audit is basically how those goals were crafted. And then those final goals our draft goals, I should say, were taken to the public survey and the workshops that were held. And then while that was going on, Logan Simpson was also looking at the answers, feedback we received on the policy portions, and started updating those as necessary. And so basically the results of the goals workshops and survey, and then also the policy audit information is what was provided to you in the document by staff. And so we worked pretty extensively over the last few months on all of that and working with staff to update those as well. And then so where we're at right now is basically bringing that forward to you guys for final review. And we've also been, in the meantime, we've parallel tracked. We've been going through the 2016 document. We've been working on format for that. We've been working on text updates. There was a lot of redundancy that we found in that document, so we really tried to clean a lot of that up. And then we've also been working with Douglas County staff and UNR to update a lot of the data, a lot of the diagrams in that. So we're pretty far along and should be wrapping that up this week and then incorporating the goals and policies changes from the workshop today. Sam, I don't know if you want Melissa to talk a little bit about this. I know we presented this before, but essentially with the survey and the audit of the goals and the policies, Logan Simpson went through a pretty extensive process of looking at the feedback that was received. A lot of the policies that were in there, we went from 53 goals down to cut that into about half. A lot of that being just duplication. There was a lot of goals that were saying the same thing. A lot of similar goals that were mixed in throughout the different elements. And so what we try to do is really clean those up and make them pretty precise. Hit the points and get some feedback from the public on those. The 206 policies, a lot of those, we did keep a fair amount. However, there was some that a lot of the responses were to refine, and 1% were to drop. And so again, we went through with Logan Simpson, spent a lot of time going through looking at duplication. Where are we saying the same thing? We don't need to be saying the same thing over and over again. And so trying to clean those up and make those as concise as possible and to the point. We had over 30 plus peer reviews and responses on those goals from various planning commissioners, county commissioners, different staff from departments, and a few of the public responses that we received back. And so ultimately, this is kind of what overview, I guess I should say, of kind of what went into where we're at today.
And I would just jump onto that to say, and this is Sam Booth. Derek pointed out the change in the goals and policies. As you can see in the bottom left corner there, I've listed the goals, policies, and actions from the draft plan that's included for today. We did reduce the goals, as Derek said, about in half between the 2016 proposed plan. However, we increased in the number of policies and we've increased in the number of actions slightly. And I think, part of that comes with, like I said, we've had extensive public comment and we've seen new areas where we need to add items and discussions here and there and where those should be located. The other thing is that in cutting those goals, many of the goals we felt like could be relisted as policies, and some policies moved as actions. And so some of that just shifted around in the plan. As you can see that, and Derek mentioned, only 1% of the items were indicated from the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners to be dropped. So when staff was doing our review, in what you can see in your packet, the second attachment that we had there, and I believe it starts on page 167, was the document that recaps this slide right here. Where items were highlighted in green if the survey audit from the Planning Commission and commissioners told us to keep those items. Highlighted in yellow were the policies or action items or goals that were staff was told to refine those items, and 1% of the items were highlighted in red to be dropped. So as we moved through to do our review, we dropped those items in red for the most part that we were told to drop. But what we didn't do was to go in and drop other actions or policies that had been highlighted as green to keep or possibly even yellow to refine. We didn't feel that it was our duty at this point to change the direction that we had come out of that survey from the Planning Commission and the board. So there may be items, and I know some of you have highlighted some of those items in the document for us to review further, that may need to be cut out of here, because you can see we have quite a few actions. Those are going to, tie the county into working on those items in the next few years, needing to look at funding for those items and prioritizing them, most importantly. So I do think that there's the ability for us to reduce the amount of policies and actions today and tomorrow in the work session that we're doing here. But we did not feel, based on the survey results, that was up to staff to really dive in and do that. And there are some areas, of course, if you have a question about where a policy came from, I can do my best to point you to this document and where maybe that moved around from. But just wanted to recap that process and how we've gotten the document that you see before you today. Derek, I can start with this slide here. I wanted to just talk a little bit about the public outreach that has been done by the county and with the assistance of Wood Rogers. One of the first things I want to point out is that the county in early September worked to get notices out about the public survey and the public workshops that were coming. Basically for the month of September was our public input and stage. And so the first thing we did was we got flyers mailed out through the Indian Hills GID to their customers. They have over 2,000 customers, and we included a flyer in their utility bill that went directly out and gave information about the master plan update in the survey. Additionally, information went out to Gardnerville Ranchos GID in their notice in their utility bill. They have 4,500 plus customers that were noticed about the survey and the workshops. And then Douglas County Public Works included a notice in their utility bill that included 3,200 paper bills and 400 links in electronic bills that went out. And finally, the town of Minden was able to incorporate into their newsletter, their quarterly newsletter, information about the survey, which goes out to 1,200 plus residents of Minden. We weren't able to make Gardnerville's quarterly newsletter. We had just missed that deadline there. But between the different notices that had gone out altogether, over 11,000 notices were sent out to individuals, either in the mail or electronically. And as a result of that, I think is why we've got pretty good response rate to our public survey and to the public workshops. Of course, I mentioned this last week to you. We did have light in-person attendance at the community center on September 9th and 11th. But we're seeing around 185 views on YouTube. So there were people watching from home the presentations themselves. The survey was live for the month of September, and we had about 1,500 visits to the site. And out of that, we had just over 1,000 responses submitted. And that's a really good response rate to see, over 1,000 responses to our survey. Additionally, would just remind the Planning Commission, way back in 2016, the county did public workshops, had some great input and feedback throughout that workshop process. And they had a public survey that was held in 2016 as well, that if I believe was around 900 responses. So altogether, between the two surveys and the responses, we've had nearly 2,000 responses to the survey. And like I said, over 11,000 notices sent out in several public workshops over the years here. So just wanted to recap that process and everything we've done to reach out to the public and get input on this. And then I'll let Derek discuss the survey itself and what we started to see in the feedback throughout the survey.
Thanks, Sam. Derek Kirkland, Wood Rogers. So one of the things we found, and you'll notice throughout the survey is we had 1,015 submitted responses, essentially where people hit submit. That doesn't mean that every one of those answered the questions, and there were some duplicates that we went back through and cleaned up. And so that's why you'll see on some of the questions there was 914 respondents or 910 respondents. It wasn't required as part of the survey to answer every question. So that's why you'll see kind of a difference in some of those responses. But as Sam noted, still a very good response rate that we received. Pretty good mix of where we are getting survey responses from. And also you can kind of see some of the different age groups that not age groups, but some of the different length of time people have lived in Douglas County, and just a pretty good mix all around of responses that we're receiving. And one of the main priorities of the survey was really to get a feel for, as we crafted the goals that came out of the policy audit, goal and policy audit, was to kind of gauge the public with kind of the high level goals and, are we hitting where the community would like us to be? And I think what you'll see is that the majority of the goals, and these are basically summaries of all of them. Obviously in the survey itself, there was a lot more detail on each goal. But what we found was that the majority of the respondents thought the goals we were hitting the goals where they needed to be. Obviously a few of them, and I think that's what today is about, is massaging a few of them. I think the biggest ones that we noted were basically the economic development and the growth management and housing sections were the two of the lower ones. And so we did note kind of what the goals were, where we had the majority of them asking us that either they disagreed or had a higher neutral response rate on those. And so focusing in on some of those goals. And so that's really ultimately what the survey was telling us was, where do we need to focus our efforts in terms of massaging some of these goals and kind of getting these to be where they should be. Go to the next slide, Sam. And so with that, I could turn it over to Sam, but we can have a lot of the detailed information from the survey, but I think overall, with a few revisions, I think the goals were in pretty good shape, and we're ultimately getting pretty good feedback on where everything was headed. And I think that just shows that, reducing the goals and kind of getting those into more concise goals where we can start organizing some of the policies and help kind of driving the future of this master plan, kind of the nuts and bolts of the plan. So I think with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Sam, and be happy to help answer any questions if anyone has them.
Okay, thank you. I won't talk about this slide too much. Again, I discussed this with the Planning Commission last week. This is the general organization of the master plan as decided at the joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the Board of Commissioners. And as we've moved through this process, of course, we've combined several of the elements to include those items in one location and one element of the plan, and done some combinations for that. That is included in a description of how that's changed between the 2011, the 2016, and the 2020 document, as I believe the second page maybe of the Goals, Policies, Action document that we posted for the Planning Commission. This is that document here. It is just the goals, policies, and actions. There is a header maybe for each section or an image there, but I know I had some questions that I saw from the public and a few from the commissioners about some of the details for those elements themselves. That's what I was referring to will be posted by the end of this week for the public and the Planning Commission to review. But what we posted was just goals, policies, and actions, because that's where we're focusing on today and tomorrow. To give you an idea of what we're working on currently and what's under construction right now by staff and Wood Rogers is those draft elements. Each element has kind of an introductory page with an image, a symbol for public facilities, public facilities in this case, but each element is also color coded throughout that element. It starts out with a purpose and then immediately moves into the goals and then the policies of that element. And you can see as of today, we're leaving those to be determined on each of those items until hopefully by the end of the day tomorrow, we have an approved set of goals, policies, and actions that will then move to incorporate into these elements. Right now, our GIS team is working and is probably done with that aspect of updating each of these maps, and staff and Wood Rogers are incorporating the maps into the draft plan. And then we've been working to update tables and data. Of course, much of the data that's in the plan ended in 2016. And so we're getting the last 4 years or so of data updated and new descriptions and those type of things. As you can see, there's a little bit different look and feel to the plan. We are hoping that it's more user-friendly, self-explanatory, and easy on the eyes with pictures and maps and a little bit less text there. But we're still working on refining that. And basically, the idea we had with focusing on the goals and policies and actions first is that there's quite a bit of text in each of these elements that we want to confirm with the Planning Commission today and tomorrow that you have policies that address the items that we're discussing here. And if there's a policy removed, we'll go back to the text to say, okay, maybe there was a discussion on that item that we should remove now because that's not a priority any longer. And so before we get too far into the descriptions in those elements, we want to make sure we have the Planning Commission is consent on those items. So that's about all we had for the presentation today. This last slide is just recapping what the chairman read from the action sheet as the items or the steps for the meeting this afternoon. The number one, the first item we had is that we are asking the Planning Commission to accept this document that we've presented, which is the Douglas County Text Update Draft Community Vision Statements, Goals, Policies, and Actions as the draft plan for review and consideration. We've had a lot of conversations about the 2011 plan, the 2016 plan, where we are with those things. As you can see with what was posted, we have a description from Logan Simpson on where those items, how they were ranked through the survey and the audit. There's notes under each of those if an item was to be moved to a policy or made an action or vice versa. And then also in that document, they show how they married those different chapters or elements together as we combined, for instance, land use and historic preservation that were maybe on different sides of the document and put those policies and actions together. And what we're saying today is for the purposes of discussion in the next 2 days, we hope that you will accept this document as a working document to move forward with. After that, we will hope to move into approving goals, policies, and actions that receive consensus by the Planning Commission. And I'll show you here in just a second. I have the document highlighted with questions that I've received from planning commissioners. And those items are highlighted. So I think essentially we'll be discussing the items that were not called out as items for further discussion to approve basically on a consent basis, those items. And then moving further into refining the items that were asked by commissioners to discuss further. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. If you have any questions from me or Derek, please let us know.
Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you, Derek. Before we take questions from the Planning Commission, just a couple of quick comments. First, I want to add to what Sam said. I'm very pleased with the participation from the public, and particularly the number of responses on the survey. We received over 1,000 comments in just 1 month. And when you compare this to what happened in the 2016 and 17, that survey was open for 2 months, and that got 900 comments. So I think that's an excellent response. And I do want to thank also the people who attended the community workshops, watched them in YouTube, the many individuals who've written emails, sent in comments. We've tried to provide a whole variety of ways to comment. And I know everybody on the Planning Commission takes public comment very seriously. I've said this before and I'll repeat it again. You can continue to offer comments during the meeting today and until 4 o'clock tomorrow for our meeting tomorrow. Those will be added to the record if they come in earlier today. And then at our meeting tomorrow, you can add further public comments before our meeting on November 4th. So having said that, I would now turn it over to members of the Planning Commission who have questions of Sam or questions of Derek or questions of myself. And then, as Sam indicated, we'll ask for a motion to accept the draft document for consideration. And then we'll move to the items that need further review so members can offer suggestions there. So any members of the Planning Commission that have questions of Sam or Derek or of myself at this point? Bryce, you first up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question per se. I just, having gone through the master plan and tried to digest years and years of thoughts from the public, prior planning commissions, prior county staff, I just wanted to read kind of a statement that I prepared just to try to gather my thoughts. So I wanted to start by reviewing the definition of a master plan. Merriam-Webster defines master plan as a plan giving overall guidance. Guidance as a noun is the act or process of guiding. The verb guide is defined as to direct in a way or course. As I consider my responsibility as a planning commissioner, I must consider the impact my decisions have on all residents of Douglas County today and in the future. This would include its effect on our young families and our seniors, how it may affect our working class and retirees, how it may affect our businesses and our agricultural community, how it may affect those that have moved here and those that may want to, how it affects tax revenue in support of essential services and moderate growth. None of these are mutually exclusive. Challenging, yes, but mutually exclusive, no. As a community, we must be willing to adapt to a changing world and environment, for we know that death, taxes, and change are the only constants in life. Does this mean we need to abandon the history and heritage of our community? No. Does it mean we must look forward, adapt, and think about how we can appropriately integrate growth and preservation? Yes. As everyone knows, the packet that we received contains 469 pages of text. I admittedly have not memorized the entire document, but what I have done is carefully considered each and every one of the public's comments. Although outside consultants are necessary to facilitate such an arduous process as updating a county's master plan, their input should not weigh heavier in our consideration than that of public sentiment. It is my hope that as this body reviews and considers all the work done by our consultants and staff and the input we've received from the community, that we land on a body of work that is not pro-growth or pro-agriculture. Rather, it weaves the two of them together to create a sustainable economy and a community where our children can grow and return, our seniors can be engaged within the community, our essential services are supported and appropriately funded, small and large businesses can thrive, and the rural heritage of our community is preserved.
Thank you very much, Bryce. That was excellent. Other members have comments, questions, or suggestions at this point? Seeing no other comments or questions or suggestions, I think we can move forward then with a motion to accept the draft 2020 master plan. Sam, if you can put that up, that motion is on packet page 5, and the draft 2020 master plan is at packet pages 7 through 64, and we'll be accepting this just for review and consideration. So, is there a member who would care to make the motion? Sam Taylor, did you have a question, or did I skip something?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to clarify one of the statements that you had made. This is Sam Taylor for the record from the Douglas County DAs. I just wanted to make it clear that it's not the entire master plan that you're looking at approving for revision purposes only. It's the goals, policies, and action items. So I wanted to make that clear on the record.
Yes, thank you, Sam. That's an excellent clarification. It's the goals, policies, and action items. The remaining text with charts and other material will be included later. And we also have an implementation item and an overview that will come at the last meeting. Bryce, did you have a question, or are you prepared to make a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. For clarity, the motion is to accept this for review and consideration. So this allows us to move forward so we can have further discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, so moved.
Brian, did you have a question, or were you willing to jump in on the motion too?
No, he asked it, so I'll second it.
Okay. Bryce has moved and Brian has seconded that we accept the draft 2020 master plan for review and consideration. Is there a discussion on this issue?
Yes.
Dave Acola, please go ahead.
Okay. I object to the way we're doing this. I think we have to have public meetings, and I think we should not. I think we should go through every item, not say that, okay, we're going to accept the way it's written, because that does not. There's a lot of input that needs to be made on a lot of these different items that we aren't considering.
Thank you, Dave. Other comments on the motion? Bryce?
Mr. Chairman, again, just for clarity, we are going to have conversation regarding each of these and the input that was received from the public, are we not?
If I can answer your question in this way, Bryce, the way we've set up the process is to accept the entire document for review and consideration. Then we'll move to a period where you can identify any specific goal, policy, or action that you would like to pull for further review, at which point we could take all of the other items and accept them by consent. Now, I would point out to everyone that there are a large number of items that are exactly the same as were written in the 2017 draft master plan and in the 2011 draft master plan. When I went through the goals and the policies, I found probably more than half, maybe even 3/4 of the items were exactly the same as written in 2011 or 2017. So for simplicity's sake, what we're trying to do when we move forward, not in this particular motion, but after we adopt this motion, what we're trying to do is eliminate the non-consequential or non-controversial items so that we don't have to run through all 371 for discussion, debate, and approval individually. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, Bryce, but that's the kind of process we set up, and that's the kind of process that I think would be most efficient use of the Planning Commission time and address the key issues rather than delving into some of the ones that are non-controversial or the same has been in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bryce Klutz again for the record. So if there were a handful of particular goals that I either had questions on or wanted to gain clarity on, there'll be an opportunity beyond this to do so, correct?
Absolutely. I think from the list that we've started to compile with members who've submitted things yesterday or today, I think we probably have maybe 70 items already on the review list. So you're welcome when we get to the next discussion period to identify any additional ones that you would want to add. And the same goes for Dave or anybody else who hasn't made their suggestions on the record so far. So that's how we'll proceed. We're not going to cut anybody off from discussing any individual item that they see fit. We want to have a deliberative consideration of this document and hopefully improve it where we can improve it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brian, did you have a further question on this issue?
No, I was just looking for clarification, such as what Bryce was asking. Just really making sure that if there's something that Mr. Acola would like to address, that he's able to address all the items that we're able to, he would like to discuss, myself included. And so sounds like we have that consensus that this is not approval of the actual document, just approval of the ability to discuss it. So
absolutely, and this is the format that I think will allow that full discussion. Other discussion on the motion that Bryce made and that Brian seconded to accept the draft 2020 master plan for review and consideration? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. This is on approval of the draft master plan for review and consideration. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Nay.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this votes, there's 6 ayes and 1 nay. So the motion is agreed to. So I think at this point, Sam Booth, do you have a list of items that you've already developed that need further review? Several members have submitted items to this list. I know it's a long document. I don't know if you want to show an example on the first few pages as to what we've kind of laid it out as. And then what I would be looking for is any other members that when you see something that's not on the list, or if you have your list developed, you can just go through it and Sam will kind of jot those down. So again, if you say that on ag goal number 2, you'd like discussion of that, we'll have discussion of that. If you'd like discussion of ag goal or policy 17, we'll do that when that comes. If there are ones that you'd like to add as well, if you could make a notation of what those are and which areas, then we'll save place for those people who want to add things under certain elements, whether you want to add a goal or whether you want to add a policy or a action item. So that's how Sam is going to show the document. We'll have what particular item has been requested for further review. Sam's got some notes as to people who've asked for clarification or comments on those. And that's the list we'll start to work on now. So if we can have people's ideas, I think that'll allow us to craft the list and then approve other things by consent. Sam Taylor, did I miss something there, or would you like to add?
Yeah, I would just, Sam Taylor for the record, Douglas County DAs. I would just like to make it clear and perhaps clarify for the members. It's my understanding that this stage of the process is to identify those items which everyone agrees upon, which do not need to be changed, and which can be voted on in bulk. So it's the same as the same process as like the Board of County Commissioners consent calendar. There's a bunch of items on there. If you all agree on all the items, then you can basically vote to approve them all at once. But if you don't like some item, you can pull it off the sort of consent calendar, they call it, and you can set that aside for further discussion and debate. And it's my understanding that this is what this process entails, essentially. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Sam, I think that's well put. Are there people who want to add things to the list that's already being developed? Bryce, I think you mentioned a couple of things that you had. Are you prepared to go ahead and enunciate those now, or do you want a couple of minutes to jot them down and then we'll come back to you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Bryce Klutz for the record. I guess I don't know what the list is. So without knowing what and excuse me if that list was published and I missed it, I apologize. I'm not sure what the list is, so I'm not sure if the ones that are on my list are a duplicate of something that may already be on a list. So forgive me for misunderstanding that.
No. Point well taken. I was expecting there would be a lot of duplication. Sam Booth, do you think maybe the best way to go about this then is you can just go page by page, and you can, if people want to follow along on the document that you have in your packet, Sam can just say, okay, we're starting out with land use, and we have had a request to review goal number 1. And then he can move on and say, okay, we've had a request to review policy number 1. We've had a request to review policy number 3. We've had a request to review policy number 5. We've had a request to review policy number 20. And then we'll just go right down the list. And if you either want to just jump in as he's going through each element, we can do it that way. Or if you want to wait to the end, then you can come up with your particular items that you want to add to the document that he's already got. Does that seem like a fair way to go, Sam?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Sam Booth. I can do just that for you. We can start the document itself, and would also like to clarify, I know there was quite a large packet for you. Most of those materials were just supplemental materials, survey responses, that information from Logan Simpson and the policies that they put together. But this document itself looks like it's just about 66 pages in total for the goals and policies that we have now just accepted for review. It starts with the land use and historic preservation element, and that's how we're planning to start the master plan. I think in the past, those have been basically just alphabetically set up, but we believe that the land use should be the first element of the master plan. It's what the master plan is based around. In looking at the land use element, there are 3 proposed goals to that element. We've had a comment to discuss goal number 1 further. And the way I've set this document up is that I've made a comment here and I put the initials of the commissioner that's requested to basically to pull that item for further discussion. In this case, you can see this was Kirk Walder that had asked to discuss land use goal number 1. So these are the 3 land use goals.
Why don't we do it this way, Sam? Why don't you go through the whole land use one, and then if people can just take notes and maybe just go through the goals and then stop with go to the policies and then go to the actions, and then people can chime in with anything that's been omitted from what they want to have on their discussion list. Is that a fair way to do it? Okay, and this is Sam Booth again. So I can pause on this page. If anybody else wants to discuss land use goal or 2 or 3, let me know and I can highlight that for you. Okay, let's move on then to policies. Okay. So policies for the land use and historic preservation element. We do have quite a few more policies here. Policy number 2, 3, and 5 were highlighted. You can see Brian, Maureen, and Brian. Policy 9 and 10 requested for further discussion.
And policy 16, you can see there are a few comments staff has included based on input from public comment, where we've reviewed the public comment that's been included, and there was a point to further discuss one of those policy items. I've called that out and highlighted it as public comment for further discussion. Land use policy number 20, 22, land use policy number 23. And excuse me, I think the comment is down here at the bottom. It was Kirk and Maureen that asked to pull those two. Number 25, 27, and 29.
Okay, anybody have any additional ones that they want to discuss further on the policies? Brian?
So on my 27, it's actually 27, 28, and 29. I feel like the three of them somewhat were related. So
Great, we'll put all those together. Anybody else on the Planning Commission have other policies that they think need to be examined further? Okay. Actions, Sam?
Mr. Chair, I think Tom Delaire had a question or a comment.
Excuse me, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, policy 14 and number 7 with the urban service areas.
Okay, 7 and 14. Okay, the actions, Sam, were there anything on the actions that people needed to have reviewed?
Okay, so for the action items here, land use action number 5, public comment had requested to revise that. And then there was a suggestion for a new action, I believe by the chairman, and then public comment had indicated the need for a new action item. I've got notes on that as we get to it. I'll discuss that. But really just as far as revisions, it was just action 5. And I can scroll up here so you can see.
Okay, anybody else want to add to the actions list that we'll have for further review? Okay, thank you. Why don't you then, Sam, go on the community plans, and maybe the best thing is to run through them all at one time, and people can and indicate later on, because they're all just policies. And then maybe we can come back to the ones that people want to review on the community plans.
Okay, so yes, and once again, this is Sam Booth. Mr. Chairman, you indicated correctly, there are just policies with the community plans. The goals have been removed from the community plans. Basically what we did was to marry the goals up between the community plans and make those overall land use element goals, just to keep the policies strict to the community plans themselves. Additionally, the community plans don't have action items. The action items were made as more of an overall land use element action item. So for agriculture, there are 2 policies here. No one has requested to pull either of these policies. The airport community plan has a few more. I think we had the last 2 here. Policy 6 and policy 7 were indicated to be pulled. On the East Valley plan, we have 8 policies. Policy 7 was indicated to be pulled. Fish Springs Community Plan, we have 5 policies. None of those 5 were requested to be pulled. The Foothill Community Plan, we had 5 policies. None of those were requested to be pulled. In the Gardnerville the Gardnerville and Minden Community Plans, you'll notice that there are no policies listed for these 2 community plans. We've listed them together here in one vision statement, and essentially the policies we are stating here are contained within the plan for prosperity which was created by the towns of Gardnerville and Minden themselves in their capacity as advisory bodies to Douglas County. And Douglas County will utilize those goals and policies contained in the Plan for Prosperity to the greatest extent possible. So those that are located in the Plan for Prosperity, we will be linking to that document, and it was included with your packet for review today. But the Board of County Commissioners has accepted the Plan for Prosperity. I believe, Tom, that was in December of 2018, right, when that happened.
Yep.
So we're not relisting goals, and this is similar to how this was proposed in the 2016 draft plan. The only difference was in the 2016 plan, they repeated those goals from the Plan for Prosperity. Action items and policies were all relisted here in an attempt to save pages and just regurgitating that info in our plan. We are linking to the Plan for Prosperity here. In the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan, we have 7 policies. Number 1 and number 6 were requested to be pulled for further discussion. In the Genoa Community Plan, we have, I believe, 10 policies. Policy 4 and policy 7 were requested for further discussion. Indian Hills, Jacks Valley, we have 10 policies. Policy 3, policy 7, policy 8, and policy 10 were requested to be discussed further. I believe, sorry, I don't have a comment here. Maureen, I believe that was you that had requested policy 8 for discussion. Let's see, in Johnson Lane, we have 4 policies, and policy 1 and 3 were requested to be pulled. In Ruinstraw, we have 6 policies. Policy 2, 4, and 5 were requested for further discussion. I think that was the same thing. Sorry, I didn't tag that for Maureen. And let's see. We also included as part of the land use element, so there are community plans for the Carson Valley region. And just to recap a little bit, there are regions of the county, which are larger areas. We have the Sierra region, the Topaz region, the Carson Valley region, the Pine Nut region, the Lake Tahoe region. And I think that covers each of them. But within, of course, the Carson Valley region are those community plans which we just discussed. So then we come to the Pine Nut region. I believe Maureen wanted to talk about the kind of this purpose here at the beginning. And I don't believe we had anyone that discussed to pull the policies themselves for the Pine Nut region. For the Sierra region, we just had policy 3 that was requested for further discussion. For the Tahoe region, we do not have policies included with the Tahoe region. These policies are included as part of the South Shore Area Plan and the Tahoe Douglas Area Plan, which cover all of the Tahoe region. And those are separate documents that also require TRPA approval. We will be linking to those documents in the master plan itself, but we're not relisting policies or action items from those plans. The Topaz region, there are 5 policies, and policy number 4 was requested for further discussion. Within the Topaz region, of course, there is the Topaz Lake Community Plan, which has 7 policies. None of those were pulled for further discussion. And Topaz Ranch Estates and Holbrook Junction Community Plan, which has 7 policies. And out of those 7, policy number 4 was requested for further discussion. And Mr. Chairman, that completes the land use element itself. I can move further into the ag and conservation.
Oh, let's stop there, Sam. So
Okay.
on all of the community plans or the region plans, are there members who have other items other than the ones that Sam read off and showed on the screen that they would like to discuss further or possibly amend or change?
Mr. Chairman?
Mark?
Yes, so if we want to add a policy, when do we tell Sam we want to add a policy?
You can do that now, or we can do that as we go through the entire element. Adding goals, adding policies, and adding actions can come basically at any point. I'd kind of prefer to take the ones we need to change or discuss first, and then the ones we need to add at the end. But go ahead if you want to offer a placeholder for where you might like to add a policy.
I'd like to add a policy for the ag element.
Okay. So we'll put that after policy number 29 on packet page 15. And that's just a placeholder. When we get to that point, you can offer your suggestions. Anybody else on the community plans?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dave.
Okay, looking at it, I think that some of the graphics need to be changed throughout the document. If you look at the Carson Valley region, the graphics block out half of the second paragraph of the description. If somebody copies it, they'll never be able to see that the verbiage on packet page 17.
Yes, I think that's on several of the packet pages. The graphics are a little bit obscuring.
Yep. They're going to be blocking out it in the future.
I think that's a very good point. And I know Derek Kirkland of Wood Rogers and his team are on the call, and they're taking notes as well. So if you do have formatting or graphics issues, please feel free to make those at any point, and we'll put those into the mix.
On continuing on packet page 26 under Gardnerville Rancho's Community Plan Vision Statement, they talk about the quantity of groundwater. There has been no study discussing the quantity of groundwater available. And I keep bringing this up that until a study is done, you can't discuss this matter.
Okay, is that in the vision statement, or is that on one of the policies, Dave?
Vision statement.
Okay, we'll flag that then for further discussion.
On packet page 33, talk of rehabilitation and reuse of the gravel pit policy number 2. Which gravel pit are they talking about? The one on the Settlemyre property, or the one across the Highway 395 from Ruhenstroth?
Okay, we'll have Sam or the appropriate staff person discuss that when we get to that one on policy 2 on Ruhenstroth.
That's all for now.
Okay, Dave, thank you very much. Excellent suggestions. Okay, anything else on anything on all the community plans or regional plans where people want to add or adjust? Okay, if we're done with that, then where are we at, Sam? Are we on agriculture? That next, we're going to move to that one?
Yes, sir. If you'll close your eyes and bear with me as I scroll, I'll take you there to agriculture. Here we are. Element number 2 is agriculture and conservation. We have 5 goals for ag and conservation. Goal 2, 3, and 4 were requested for further comment. And I don't know what happened to some of these descriptions. Excuse me. Well, I'll leave those there. And if you're ready for me to move on, just let me know.
Anything else on goals that people need to have pulled for discussion or possible revision? Okay, go ahead with policies then, Sam.
Okay, we have 15 policies for ag and conservation. Policy 2, 3, 4, and 5 requested to be pulled. Policy 8, 9, 12, and 15. Excuse me, there's more than 15. Let me see, these go quite down the page. 23 policies. So policy 15, then policy 16, 17, 20, and 22 were requested to be pulled.
Okay, anything else on the policies on agriculture? Discussion or possible modification? Okay, on the actions on agriculture?
Okay, we have quite a few actions here, 22 actions with this element. Action 2, 4, 5, 9, 16, 20, 21, and 22 were requested to be pulled. And you can see some notes here at the very bottom. I believe we had a couple of addition for new actions by members. I know Kirk had requested a new action, and Mark had also requested a new action. And additionally, I think, let me go back up here because Mark, I'll plug in, had requested a new policy.
Was your new policy, Mark, on the action element, or was it on the agriculture element, or was it on the agriculture community plan?
Where Sam's plugging it in here is where it should go.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, does anybody else want to add to the list for discussion on the actions on agriculture? Okay, we'll move forward. Economic development, Sam.
Okay, the next element we have, element 3, is economic development. We have 4 goals for this element. Goal 2 and 3 were requested to be pulled for further discussion.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, Bryce, go ahead.
I'd like to discuss goal 1 and 4 as well.
Okay, we'll put all of them on the list then. Go ahead and move to policies then, Sam.
Okay, 17 policies for this element. Policy 1, policy 3, policy 4, policy 5, policy 9, policy 12, and policy 15 are being pulled for further discussion.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else want to add something to the policy list on economic development? Okay. Actions on policy on economic development, Sam.
Okay, the action items, we have, again, quite a long list here. We've got 23 action items. And then 2 commissioners, one commissioner, and then also public comment had requested a new action item here. But action 1, 6, 12, 15, and 16 requested for further discussion.
All right. Anybody else want to make a contribution for discussion of the action items on economic development? Again, I want to indicate to anybody it doesn't preclude you as we work our magic on this document, adding at the end of each section any policies or action items that you feel like we've missed as we go through them. I do want to caution people that one of our mandates that we discussed at the joint meetings with the Board of County Commissioners several times was to reduce, streamline, eliminate duplication, and try and get it to a document that's readable and understandable. So I don't want to cut off things that people have that are very good ideas, but we do have a mission of streamlining and reducing where we can. So that's it on economic development. Sam, I think we can go to growth management and housing next.
Okay, in growth and housing, we have 5 goals. Goal 1 and goal 3 were requested by several members for discussion.
Anything else on the goals that people want to add to the discussion list? All right, policies.
Okay, for policies, policy 1 and policy 2, policy 8 and policy 9, as well as policy 13, 14, 15, and 16, and policy 18 and 19 being requested for further discussion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Yes, Bryce, please go ahead.
I'd also like to add policy 10, please.
Policy 10. Okay. Anybody else on the policy list? Okay, we'll move to actions on the growth management and housing list. That's page 55 on the packet.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, action number 1, 2, and 3 being requested for further discussion. Action 7, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
All right. Anybody else want to contribute to anything that needs to be discussed on that list of actions on the growth and housing?
Mr. Chairman.
Bryce, go ahead.
If we could add 9, please.
Action 9. I thought I said Sam marked that one, but we'll add that one to your list. This is growth and housing action 9. All right. Anybody else on the action items on growth and housing? Okay. Public facilities, services, and recreation. Sam, you want to start with the goals there?
Okay, element 5. We had a request to discuss the basically the statement at the beginning of this element here, as well as goal 3 and goal 4 out of the 5 goals.
Okay, other additions to that list on public facilities, services, and recreation? All right, the policies on this one, Sam?
Okay, for this item, Mr. Chairman, policy 4 was requested to be pulled. Policy 8, 9, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Let's see, I believe that is it. We do have 32 policies here with this element.
Okay, I'll give people a chance to look at any of those. Again, those are the policies starting on packet page 58, going to 59, 60, and 61. Public facilities, services, and recreation. Anybody have issues that they want to raise or discuss on those? Okay. Actions on public facilities, services, and recreation.
Action 1 was requested to be pulled. Action item 6. Action 15. And then we had a request for, I believe, 2 new action items.
Okay, these are the actions on the public facility services and recreation. Any further additions to our list? Okay, great. And the last one of the elements that contains goals, policies, and actions is public safety.
Okay, just 2 goals for the public safety element. Neither of those goals had been requested to be pulled, but those are on the screen here.
Any interest in discussing either of those further? All right, policies, Sam?
Okay, with the public safety element, policy 1 and policy 2, as well as policy 7 and policy 19 and policy 26 requested to be pulled for further discussion.
Okay, we're on packet page 66, public safety on the policies. Other contributions to the list of ones that we want to pull for further consideration? Okay, actions, the last 2 pages, pages 69 and 70 on the packets.
Okay, for public safety, action items being requested to be pulled. Action number 6. I believe that's it.
Okay, great. So just to summarize, and Sam Taylor, jump in here if I'm not getting this correct. What we've just done is gone through the entire document of the goals, policies, and actions. And we've identified a list that Sam has highlighted on his document that's before us, and that we indicated as we were going through all of the items that members wish to potentially modify, discuss, remove, and then in certain instances where there were potential additions to policies and goals and actions. So those are on the list for discussing for the remainder of the meeting today, and then the meeting tomorrow. So what we're hoping to do is approve all of the other goals, policies, and actions by consent. And that way we'll have the list pared down, and we'll know what our work effort needs to be concentrated on the rest of the day today and tomorrow. Are there questions on what we've done? Or are there other things that people want to raise at this point?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Bryce, go ahead.
I just want to say thanks for taking a moment to go through that. I didn't understand that we were submit those in advance, and so I apologize for that. But this was very helpful to understand what we're carving out and how we're moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you for your contributions, Bryce, and I think it was a useful exercise. As Sam Booth mentioned, we did have a number of public comments that came in, and we do want to address those where we can address those. So staff has identified some that we can make changes in or discuss, and the staff will bring up those comments when we get to those individual items. So other questions or comments before we move to the next motion? Okay, again, I want to thank everybody for their hard work. I think we'll get this document in a better shape when we spend some quality time. I want to again remind my colleagues that approval of any of the master plan items will require a 2/3 vote. So that is to say, if somebody is changing language, if somebody's adding language, if somebody is deleting language, any of the motions that will be made as we move forward will now require a 2/3 vote. So I think we're now ready for approval of the goals, policies, and actions that can receive consensus. And this motion would be motion number 2 on packet page 5. Sam, I don't know if you have that on a separate screen or if people want to just refer to their packets. So that's where we're at on the list right now. So I'd be happy to entertain a member who would like to make that motion.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Bryce moves that we approve the goals, policies, and actions that have received consensus by the Planning Commission. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Christie seconds the motion. So Bryce has moved and Christie has seconded approving the consensus items. Is there discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, then I will call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Nay.
Mark?
Aye.
Bryce or Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this, there's 6 votes aye and 1 vote nay. So those consensus items are approved. And then we'll start with the amending process and discussion process on the individual goals, policies, and actions in each of the elements. Brian, did you have a question before we move forward?
Can I ask that our one nay member clarify the reason for saying nay despite not bringing up a single one of the policies that he wanted to review? I mean, if you wanted to review something, you should bring it up, not just say nay. I think the point here is to discuss the items we don't agree with and approve the items we agree with. And I'm just having a trouble with the nay in that instance. Maybe there's some things that we need to add. I don't understand. Can you clarify?
Dave, did you want to make some comments on your vote on the last motion?
Yes. I don't think our process is proper. I think we need to have public meetings, and I think we need public input. There's, and Sam discussed the stuff that was done for the hearings. Nothing was done in TRE, and they did it all over the county. Well, it isn't fair to the people in TRE area. There's a number of things that public input needs to happen in person, not over this virtual meeting stuff.
Okay, Dave, thank you very much for your comments. Anything else before we move over to consideration of the first element on the list? Okay, I think I'd like to take this element in its entirety. We have a lot of items that we have to go through on goals and policies and actions. I would like to take a break around 3:30 or 3:45. So if we can move forward on this item as far as we can, if we can complete it, that's great. If we can't complete it, then we'll schedule a break then and then continue on. So. Sam, did you want to make any opening comments on this particular element, or should we just jump right into the individual items?
I believe Sam Taylor has a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Sam Taylor.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I just wanted to make it clear that the process here is, to the best of my understanding, is that each item will be voted on individually. In other words, whenever you discuss each item that's been pulled from the consent calendar, each item will be voted on individually, and that each item requires a 2/3 majority vote for each item, because each motion requires that vote. I just wanted to make that clarification, sir.
Yes, thank you. Any questions of what Sam just explained to people? Okay. Sam Booth, do you want to maybe just give us a 1 or 2 minute highlight overview of this element, and then we'll jump into the individual goals and policies and actions?
Okay, I can, this is Sam Booth for the record, Mr. Chairman. I think I can be quicker than that. But Tom Delaire, our Community Development Director, has done quite a bit of work in this land use and historic preservation element. And Tom, please feel free to chime in. But just to recap, once again, we've combined the land use element, and there was a 2016 draft historic preservation element, and we've included those together here. Many of the policies and recommendations in the historic preservation element related to land use themselves. And early on in our discussions with the Planning Commission and the board, we've decided to marry these two elements together. So that's what you see here, and goals that relate to each of those two items. Some of the goals have been combined in ways that they can discuss both items at the same time. And the same would be true for the policies, and the action items or policies relating to each topic. There, of course, I mentioned earlier about the community plans and the regions that are included within the land use element. All of that is here with this first element.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. Let's just start right in then on land use goal number 1. I was responsible for asking that this item be discussed and possibly modified. When I look in a general sense at the goals and the policies and the actions, I think they need to meet 3 tests. I think they need to meet the first test of community support. We don't want to put things in there that are good ideas that don't have community support. That's out of respect for the citizens of Douglas County. The second test that I put forth is it ought to be good planning. It ought to be something that's measurable, something that's actionable, something that is a goal or a policy that we can judge future agenda items on. So that's my second test, that it's measurable. And the third test is that it's clear and concise. So I think the goals and the policy and the actions ought to be readable. So the reason I flagged this one is while it did meet what I would consider the community support goal, the vote on this one on the plan of the survey was 60 in favor and 12 opposed. So it did meet that test, but I don't think it met the test of being clear and concise. It's got a lot of jumbled language. I understand that it was a combination of what was in the 2017 plan, goal number 1 and goal number 2, but I think we've got some repetitive language. I think we've got some excess language. So what I would like to propose, and Sam, I'm not sure if you've got this on a particular slide or if I can just read it and then we can put it up for people to look at. What I would propose is we go back to the land use goal that was stated in the 2017 master plan draft, and that's to retain the beauty, the natural setting and resources, and the rural agriculture character of the county while providing opportunities for managed growth and development. I think that's a simple statement. It's in the statement that we have there, but I think the excess language muddies and takes away from the basic land use goal that was recommended in 2017. So that's my suggestion. I'd be happy to entertain comments or modifications or other ideas on what I'm proposing in this particular goal. Sam, did you want to further elaborate on what was done on this one to give people historical context? Or if anybody else on the Planning Commission wants to jump in, I'd be happy to entertain other comments.
Mr. Chair, I can agree with you. This is Sam Booth. The way goal number 1 was written was an attempt to combine goal number 1 and goal number 2 from the draft 2016-17 plan. And I think the beginning language there that you can see that was written was to implement the master plan land use map. And then that was married with this new language, or rather the old language that you had suggested to retain the beauty, natural setting, and so on. So it was to implement the map in order to do those things. I think if you're looking to strike that language, well, I'll let you speak for that, sir. But I agree with you. It was two goals. We had combined them. It may not be necessary to keep all of the language there.
Thanks, Sam. I think my only comment on when we talk about implementing the master plan use map, that's implicit. What we're doing in this entire document is implementing the master plan use map. So I don't think we need that verbiage in there. I just think it clutters things up, makes it less readable, and makes it less of a positive statement on what our goal is in land use. So again, I'd be happy to entertain other thoughts or comments from members of the Planning Commission. Maureen. Maureen was first, and then Bryce, you can go next.
I like the shortened language. I think it's very clear and clean, and we do want to remove as many words as possible. In looking through the charts that we have for the rest of the goals, 1 through 5, the public support that came from the comments is all very high. So if after we process and vote on the changes to goal number 1, is it possible to entertain with minor discussion, if no one else has any comments, just accepting the rest of the goals?
I think, Maureen, what we've done now when we did the consent, that we have accepted all the other goals, and this is the only one on this particular element that we have to debate or discuss. So we'll go next to policies after we dispense with this item.
Okay, just making clear. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Bryce, you're next on comments on this particular goal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too support the simplicity of the language. I'm not an English major by any means, but I think to simplify it, it may even more would say to retain the beauty, the natural setting / resources, and the rural / agriculture for consistency there. So eliminating and between setting and resources and / that, if that's grammatically correct. But I support going back to the simple yet clear goal.
Okay, Bryce, thank you. Do we have English majors on the Planning Commission? I haven't asked for people's credentials. I was not, but I'd be happy to accept that as a friendly amendment for clarity and simplicity to change the and to a / there. Sam, any problems with that from a formatting or a grammatical standpoint?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Other discussion on replacing the language in goal 1 with the language that Sam has written there, which again is exactly the same as the draft 2017 document, with the exception of removing the and inserting a /. Okay. If there's no other discussion, Brian?
So Sam, remind me, I may have missed it. What was the goal that was combined into this that's removed? Can we read that the way it was originally written, just to make sure I'm not missing something?
I've got it here, Sam, okay. For Brian. So last master plan draft, the 2017 land use goal 2 was to use the master plan future land use map to graphically depict the county's desired community land use pattern and character.
All right. So essentially, it's just the master plan land use language within here that's in the beginning and end of the sentence. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And it just basically says we should follow the map to do what we need to do on land use. And I think that's implied in everything that we've done.
Well, I think that's the goal of the master plan in itself. So to insert that language again, I do agree with you that is kind of redundant. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't something else in there, and it doesn't sound like there really is. And I do appreciate Bryce's wanting to simplify the ands with, back to back, right? That I have a similar correction later in these as well.
Great. We'll count on you guys for the English corrections.
Yeah, the contractor and the accountant, great.
Okay, any other discussion on land use goal number 1 modification? Okay. It's always my preference to allow the members to make motions rather than have the chair make motions. So is there a member who'd wish to move that this language be accepted as goal number 1? Mark?
Moved.
Mark? I can't hear you, Mark. I think you might still be muted.
I'm sorry. I'd like to make a motion to replace the existing language with the revised language on goal number 1.
Okay, Mark has moved that the language be substituted. Maureen, were you seconding or you?
Well, I was going to make the original motion, but I'll second.
Okay, Mark has made the motion and Maureen is second. And this is a substitute language for land use goal number 1. So is there discussion? All right, seeing no discussion, then I will call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So in this, there's 7 votes aye and no votes no. So that language is approved. So Sam, you can be our guide here now. I think we're up to the policies.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Policy 2 was the first one that was requested to be pulled. My notes say this was Brian Olin that requested this. So I defer to Brian.
All right. So we're in policy 1.2. Okay. So I'm just looking at, I guess going back to grammar, the wording and making sure that, easily being able to interpret each of the policies can be gained just by reading it, straight through. In this instance, let me just see. I'm thinking that we kind of changed the language. And Sam, did you kind of work up with the language I had here on my changes, or because basically I'm saying at the point of where we get to the and intensity, I think we're kind of getting to a point where we go beyond the I guess understandability. So I was starting with the and intensity, thinking that planning public services and facilities appropriate for the planned land uses. I think this is again an instance of the and. Just trying to remove the ands from these statements where it comes in multiple, right back to back. So I think that's kind of what I'm trying to do here. I think Sam, if maybe you can get that on there, I don't know, somehow, and that can help the others see maybe what I was trying to do. It's essentially just taking the same wording and just removing the and in between land use and intensity, or somewhere in there, or intensity and shall plan. So and intensity and shall. I think those, to me, it was kind of reading a little dull, I guess.
I see what you're saying. This is Sam Booth. So to provide areas for different types of future land use and intensity and shall plan public service and facilities appropriate to the planned land uses.
So I think I'm changing and shall to planning instead of and shall plan. So, basically making it an actionable item, though it's not an action, I guess. Essentially changing that right there to say planning public services and facilities appropriate for the planned land uses. So just essentially doing that to, I don't know, maybe remove an extra and there.
Okay, that looks pretty straightforward to me. You're adding a comma, you're taking out and shall, and you're changing plan to planning.
Yeah, creating it more of a, I guess forward-looking action. I mean, shall plan is the same as planning, I believe. Not a grammar expert, but again, an accountant, reading that language.
So again, we're trying to make this clear and concise.
Exactly. Just trying to clean up the language, I think. I did read this was one that was in the prior plan. So, not trying to change what it says, but just trying to clean up the language, I think, a little bit.
Great. That's a good improvement. Any comments or questions on Brian's suggested change?
Mr. Chairman.
Bryce.
What is the word intensity supposed to imply here?
Sam Booth, do you want to take a crack at giving an answer on that?
Yeah, so I think this policy, because it's saying to plan for different types of future land use and intensity. So not only do you want to plan for areas of maybe commercial, residential, industrial development, but there's also a difference between intense industrial, more of a general industrial zoning maybe, or maybe versus a service industrial, which is more warehousing or manufacturing within a building versus maybe a construction yard with heavy equipment and machinery stored outdoors. Or the same could be said for commercial. You don't just want to plan for future commercial uses, but uses of different intensity, whether it's neighborhood commercial or general commercial, a large establishment, big box store, or something like that.
Does that answer your question, Bryce?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments on this this policy and Brian's suggested changes? Okay. Brian, do you want to make your motion then on accepting your language?
So I motion to approve policy 1.2 with the change in language, adding a comma after intensity, removing and shall, and changing plan to planning. Otherwise, the statement remains the same.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Maureen seconds the motion. Is there discussion? Okay. Brian's moved and Maureen seconded the changes in policy land use number 2. I'll call the roll. Christy.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So in this, there's 7 votes aye, no votes nay, and that's approved. So Sam, move on to number 3.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, this is Sam Booth. Land use and historic preservation policy 3 was requested to be pulled by Maureen. And let me see, I think, Maureen, I'll let you speak to it. I think I also had some notes here on this potentially.
Okay, Maureen, go ahead and toss out your thoughts or ideas or questions on this one.
I have no real issues with the policy itself. I think it needs a little bit more clarification as to development proposals. My concern is the home that was built in Old Town Minden. It's a lovely home. It's right there on Minden Park, but it's a concrete or a stucco structure, fireproof. It burned down the last time. And I just want some reinforcing language that ensures the review of homes being built in Old Minden stay of the genre, so to speak, as opposed to allowing a single family home that either due to fire or mold, earthquake, whatever, doesn't get rebuilt in a style that is not befitting the historic district. I don't know how that one slipped by, and it definitely does not fit. I'm sure it's covered somewhere. I can't find it in the 2016 master plan. So more than anything, it's just a comment that I'm making. I think it's something we need to keep into consideration, that there's more than Old Genoa that requires a lot of diligence when it comes to rebuilds.
Good comments, Maureen. Thank you. Sam Booth, did you have a response?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I understand Maureen's point there. I think that the words community character here, so it may cover a portion of that. So in reviewing development proposals, Douglas County staff or Douglas County shall consider issues of community character. And I think that would speak to, what is the character of downtown Minden, or what is the character of Genoa, maybe, for instance, and may be able to address that with that portion of the statement there. Then, of course, you can see it says environmental impacts, security, safety, and other things. But I think the community character portion does speak to that. And additionally, I think we have an action item and some further discussion about historic district status in the towns of Minden and Gardnerville. And I think Maureen's comments about, architectural design standards for the towns is something that would need to be reviewed. If there's a historic district board that's created or something like that, where there's a separate set of standards created for that. Additionally, just another step, Minden and Gardnerville have approved their own separate design guidelines. Now, I don't know offhand how their design guidelines speak to residential development, but the home that Maureen's speaking of in downtown Minden here, as staff reviewed architectural plans for the building itself, there are no standards above and beyond just the general county architectural standards that speak to downtown Minden. So we're just looking at things like roof pitch, siding materials, and then that you have several features on the home. Those are in our architectural guidelines, but they're generic for the entire county. And so there aren't any standards specific to Minden. But I believe with this policy, it may be covered with the statement that shall consider issues of community character.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Maureen, further questions or comments or other comments on this issue from the Planning Commission?
My comment is just to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Whether we need to support a historic district, because fire hits all of our historic areas. And we just need to ensure that a single residence or business does not destroy the character. And it's while it's a very nice home, it doesn't fit. And whether this is just for staff's information or to get it off my chest, it's something that we need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Very good comments. Brian, did you want to jump in on this one?
Well, yeah, I wanted to say, and I mean, Tom Dallaire, you went through this with the Plan for Prosperity for Gardnerville, and we had those meetings, I think, whatever the specialist was, I think it's the same guy, but didn't he say that that's the job of the towns, is the design criteria to really put the feet to the fire and make sure it matches the community? And this statement here is kind of giving them the ability to say, hey, this doesn't match the community character, and we have an opportunity to deny a proposal such as a single family residence.
Yeah, Brian, thank you. This is Tom Dallaire. That particular policy, I believe, is for new developments coming in. That we want to review that character element in that process, and a specific building burning down and coming back, building back up, or if they're actually tear it down just to rebuild it, the architectural standards then we need to change in our county code so that we can implement those Plan for Prosperity guidelines and maybe the historic district guidelines as well. And we need to make those modifications in our design guidelines so that staff can enforce those guidelines. And that's something that I think is separate that Maureen has brought up that we really need to address in the future. It could be an action item. I know we're working with the towns on a plan for that, and in implementing that in their guidelines into our design guidelines. So hopefully that this will all shake out when we go through that process of updating our design guidelines.
And then back to the point is that this policy really, in the first three words, is saying that it's relating to development, not necessarily the single house going up next door.
Exactly. Yeah. And so they, the owner of the property brings in a building permit. It goes to the building office, the department, and then goes through their plan review, and they check it against our design guidelines. And that's how that happened.
Okay.
It's
perfect.
a process
Thanks.
improvement we need.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Brian. Maureen, anything else you wanted to raise on this particular policy?
So I recognize it's for development proposals, but it's the historic preservation is on the title of this chapter as well. So I want to make sure historic preservation is considered. Thanks.
Good point. If you have no modifications, then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam Taylor, we would still need to approve this language as is. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Sam Taylor for Douglas County DA. That is correct. Anything that's been pulled off the consent calendar, which has not been modified, still needs a vote to add it back in, so to speak. I would also note that perhaps an easy way or a suggestion is when making the motion, just say, I move to approve policy L3 as written, or as amended, or as revised. And I think that'll get you the same spot. So you don't have to break down what the individual changes are. You just, note it as it's been revised.
Yes, excellent observation. So we'll start with that on this one. Maureen, if you'd like to make the motion to approve policy L3, then we'll go forward.
Okay, I'll move we adopt policy L3 as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. Is there discussion? Okay, seeing no discussion, Maureen has moved, Bryce is second to approve policy L3 as written. I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so this is 7-0 and the policy is approved. Sam, I think we're up to number 5, policy land use 5. Sam?
Okay, that's correct, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Booth. Policy number 5 was requested by Member Oland for revision.
So in looking at this language, reading this as, the county, when we're looking at this in the middle of the section here, it says that we'll revise zoning districts and other development regulations as appropriate. And I think the language that needs to be possibly removed and up for debate is the "and on a continuing basis." I think if we remove that, the statement on its own, just saying that development regulations as appropriate to allow development compatible with the master plan, makes it seem like the developer makes the recommendation as opposed to the county constantly looking for these zoning changes. I mean, I know the public seems to think that the county themselves is the one creating these projects, deciding who makes the zoning changes. I think this language here also points kind of in that direction. I mean, not necessarily completely, but to me, I read this that we're essentially reviewing zoning other than what is brought before us. And so I'm kind of wanting to see what maybe your guys' opinion is on having the "and on a continuing basis" and how that maybe affects this statement from the rest of you guys.
Thank you, Brian. Anybody else want to add comments or respond to what Brian is tossed out there?
Mr. Chairman.
Bryce, go ahead.
I agree with Member Oland. I think language in there that implies that on a continuing basis, we'll be revising zoning districts and development regulations is not appropriate. I think the language as modified to do so when appropriate is sufficient.
Great, thank you, Bryce. Mark, did I see you have your hand up, or you want to chime in on this one?
No.
Okay. Sam or Tom Dallaire, did you have thoughts on the suggestion that has been made?
Yeah, this is Tom Dallaire. I think in this particular case, we were looking at issues that GIS is having currently with our future land use map and the overlay districts that we have, and the zoning actually designated on the same piece of property. There are some actions later on that you'll get in, that we might discuss or are in this document that actually has an action that states that we need to look at and work with the property owners to get like split zoning off so that it matches the future land use plan. So we do need to look at that. There is a history of these problems, and it happens mainly when a boundary line adjustment or something comes up where that process isn't the process of changing the zone isn't part of the development review process. So boundary line adjustments, parcel moves and it crosses a zoning line that was established a while ago, and it creates quite a mess of our zoning map. So the continuing basis was, I think our thought was to do that on like an annual basis or maybe a semi-annual basis where we could bring these kinds of issues forward as maps come up to take to the planning commission and to the county commissioners for just cleanup purposes.
Okay, Tom, that's a good point, but there would be nothing in the language as Brian suggests that would prevent you from doing that. If it says revise zoning districts and other development regulations as appropriate, you could bring those forward anytime you wanted to under that language, right?
Yep, as appropriate.
Well,
Okay.
and I think that's too listed in action number 3. That was kind of why I was striking that from that. If we're creating an action item from it, I think it doesn't need to say what the action is in the language.
That's true.
Good,
Yep.
Good point, Brian. Sam Booth, did you have something else you wanted to add?
Oh, only to mention, just for the discussion, that this was land use policy 2.3 from the 2016 draft. That's where this language came from. So it's not new language, but I would agree with Tom that I'm okay with striking as Brian's submitted.
Okay. Other discussion or suggestions before we get to a motion on this? Okay, Brian, do you want to make the motion? And as Sam Taylor suggested, you can just say approve L5 as revised, whatever works for you.
So I would like to motion that we approve policy L5 as revised, striking the "and" on a continuing basis.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion that Brian has made. Is there further discussion? Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll on policy L5 as revised. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this, it's 7 votes aye, no votes no. And that policy is revised and approved. Now, I believe Tom had a thought on policy L7.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Jim.
No, please go ahead, Tom.
Okay, yep, thank you. Tom Delaire for the record. So urban service areas are identified in our plan and on our plan. These were created in 96. The boundaries that you'll see on the mapping coming up is basically on the outskirts of the towns. There are a number of GIDs that have these urban areas as well as the airport, which isn't in a GID or a town, but it's an urban service area that's been defined since the 1996 master plan, and these areas were defined utilities similar to like MGSD, the sewer district here in Minden and Gardnerville and the Ranchos that serves that area has a master plan of their own, which identifies a boundary, and the urban service areas that we established in the master plan do not align with those service areas of the MGSD sewer district or the Gardnerville water or Minden water areas. I know Douglas County Public Works is working on a master plan for their facilities as well as a service area. So eventually at some point we may need to update those once Douglas County gets a plan out. But I just wanted the members to be aware of this issue because it is a policy in our master plan, and I just wanted to highlight that just for a comment, just to see what your thoughts were on the urban service areas, or if there was any specific questions that the members had.
Okay, thank you, Tom, for those comments. Any questions that people have of Tom or further explanation they'd like on policy L7? Okay. We'll need a motion then to approve policy L7 as written.
I motion to approve policy L7 as written. This is Brian Olin.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Mark, I think that was you seconding the motion. So the
Yes.
motion is to approve policy L7. Is there discussion? Okay, if there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so this vote is 7-0 and the policy is approved. I have number 9 next on my list. Sam, is that where we're at?
That's correct. Number 9 was requested for discussion from Brian Noland.
So really looking at discussion here, reading this statement, I don't have anything wrong with the statement itself, besides the possibility that we limit, as it literally states, size and location of the multifamily uses. Now I do understand that, these places are likely going to be best in urban communities and things like that, but I've also done a little bit of research that's starting to see that some developers are learning how to create these things that can be typically off-grid, run without the connection of, to the urban services. Now, currently, that's not something we have here, but looking at possibilities to the future, I just want to make sure that we don't limit the possibility that something new, comes to our area and that we aren't able to do it just because we've already said we could not. When I'm looking at designated areas, limited size, location to over concentrate, I don't believe that necessarily limits where they can be. It limits necessarily the concentration. So I was maybe just wanting to see if there was discussion from anybody else in the reading of this. I mean, Bryce possibly, maybe a better person to, assess whether that's feels like it's a limitation on where they would be able to do these types of uses. And then, obviously Tom and Sam's, input as to, why they would want to concentrate there as well.
Okay, Brian, thank you. Bryce, did you have comments that you wanted to add, or do you want to let Tom or Sam weigh in on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question that I have is why we're limiting it in size and location. I think, if there was a multifamily community proposed, say on the outskirts of town, and it was an appropriate land use for that multifamily residential project, to me, this seems to very narrowly define and to a large degree almost eliminate the ability for multifamily within the county. And so I guess I want to understand more about what the intent is here.
Okay, Bryce, thank you. Sam, I think this was a modified version of what was in the master plan draft from 2017, but I will yield to either you or Tom for expertise in what it proposes and what the intent was.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this is Sam Booth. This is actually word for word from the 2016 draft master plan, land use policy 4.4. So it was just carried forward. This must have been one. Well, I'm looking at it now. This was indicated green to keep. So staff did not review this item further, other than just that it had been indicated to keep it. I think there are good points being made. And at the beginning statement of this policy is saying Douglas County shall plan locations for multifamily. So in my interpretation there is it's not saying this is where multifamily could be approved or not approved, but this is where in our land use map that we're creating for the county, this is where we want to designate multifamily areas. But it is very detailed, and some things that I think, go without saying. Obviously, it should be configured to, site configuration and project design to take into account compatibility with adjacent uses. I think we have other areas of the master plan and even code that can speak to that. In general, yes, the last sentence is correct that you don't want to overly concentrate multifamily in any one area of the county or of part of downtown, Minden or Gardnerville or wherever it may be. However, much of what is said here, I don't know that you need to state that in a policy. I'd also just defer to Tom for his input.
Mr. Chairman, if I could jump in for a moment.
Yes, Price, please go ahead.
The challenge I have with the policy as written is it starts off with saying within urban areas, and then it says at the end, not to overly concentrate the multifamily use. So, but by default, we are overly concentrating the multifamily use by limiting it to just urban areas. So for me, it's almost as if we should eliminate within urban areas, and even potentially the last sentence, though I would be more amicable to the last sentence if it wasn't just limited to urban areas.
This is Tom Delaire. Yeah, the policy used to read, the land use policy 4.4 used to read within urban service areas. So it was within urban service areas, and those urban service areas was, defined up at Indian Hills, Jacks Valley Community Plan, the airport community plan, Minden, Gardnerville, and Gardnerville Ranchos. And so they were limiting them, the multifamily actually to those specific areas. And we, I don't know where or why we ended up getting rid of the services out of that urban areas. Maybe that's where the wording gets a little muffled, is within that urban areas. Maybe we can just get rid of that altogether.
Brian?
If I could jump in, I do agree, Tom, that service areas, would be missing there, or urban service areas. But I think more importantly, I think the second sentence, eliminated, makes this statement almost stand on its own. Right. Because within urban service areas, we're not saying multifamily cannot happen outside of urban service areas. However, if it is located within the urban service areas, we are going to plan for locations, and then the rest of that first sentence. I think the second sentence is where we really get the limitation on, what that would mean within that area. And though I do like the limitation of size and location in this area, we've seen some interesting new multifamily projects that are 6 units per acre or 7 units per acre on the very, very low side. And despite, if you had 2 or 3 of these developments close together, they may not create the negative consequences to which, these people that originally may have written this were intending. I think they're looking at the apartments that are 3 stories with, 150 residents, stacking 2 or 3 of those together. I think with the new products in that weird area of the development code where something's multifamily, even though it resembles more of a single family, I think the second sentence limits that product from really being able to be, moved throughout the county and maybe create a sense of area for those people, with other services around it as well. Industrials and, different types of services that those people could access. Looking at the top of Topsy up where we got those going in, up there already. So, if we were able to have multiple of those in that area, to me, because of the type of product, even though it is multifamily, it's a lot more acceptable. So I think when we say multifamily use, I think we're kind of limiting the possibilities there, especially with what we've seen recently.
Thank you, Brian. Maureen?
Yeah, I just have a comment. I think what Brian is proposing is excellent, and Bryce's comments are right on. Do we have a glossary, Sam Booth, to go with this document? Because I think what the sticking point is, if we have words like multifamily, affordable housing, workforce housing, all this jargon, and it's confusing to us because we have a picture in our heads of what multifamily constitutes, and the first blush is apartments. But so if we had some kind of glossary at the end of the document that listed the jargon and also, what are they, anagrams or acronyms that appear in the document. Is that possible?
Sam Booth,
We don't have a,
go ahead. I think there was a list of abbreviations in the past master plans. I think the definitions is usually in county code. But go ahead, Sam. Respond to Maureen's question.
no, I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman. I don't know offhand whether or not we've had a glossary in this 2016 draft plan. I think typically those are in county code. And we do have an appendix to the Douglas County Code that has a description of most definitions, although not all, and we've noted where we need to add new definitions in code.
That works. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Back to you, Brian. Do you want to propose deleting that last sentence or modifying it in another way?
I do believe, Sam, if you could throw, the service in between urban and areas in there, and then, strike that second sentence. I would think that would be kind of the revisions that I think I'm looking at now that I've, heard that from Tom.
Okay. So we'll just put urban service areas and strike the last sentence, designated areas. Does that kind of do what you want to do, Brian?
Yeah, so essentially we're saying within the urban service areas, when we do make this type of planning, we're going to put it somewhere that makes sense and not necessarily limit the size because of those products. So I believe this is kind of taking effect in the manner that which I had intended.
Thank you. Good. Sam Booth, did you have a comment you wanted to weigh in on?
Yeah, before I get too far down the road with making an incorrect statement to Maureen, I want to correct myself that in the growth and housing element, we have a table that shows single family detached, single family attached, and multifamily developments, and basically what that means. And the description for multifamily says a multi-story structure with at least 4 dwellings and at least 2 or more stories of dwellings. However, that is being very literal in the building itself. This description does say multifamily residential uses. So that would go towards the future land use designation of multifamily residential, which I think, as Brian pointed out and we've discussed, it also allows a lower density we've seen kind of a single family attached product that ends up getting built in multifamily residential. We've even seen some single family detached, very small lots, but we don't often see those high-rise multifamily apartment buildings that Brian referred to.
Okay. Other discussion on what Brian has proposed? All right. Brian, do you want to go ahead and make the motion on this one as well?
Let me plug in my computer before it dies. All right. So I motion that we approve policy L9 with the changes correcting urban areas to urban service areas and removing the second sentence from this policy.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion.
Bryce is first.
So Brian has moved. Bryce has seconded a modified version of policy L land use 9. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing no discussion, we'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this vote is 7-0 to approve the revised policy L9. I think we can move over to what, 16 now, Sam Booth? Was that the next one on our list?
We do have policy 10, the next one, Mr. Chairman.
10, okay. I'm sorry, I missed that one. We got
And that was Brian Olin that requested that.
We got 10 and 14. So go ahead on number 10, Brian. Did you want to offer some thoughts on that one?
Yeah, so when I'm looking at number 10, the plan development overlay is really what I'm thinking of, when we get those small 5,000 and 6,000 square foot lots. I believe that is what this policy is speaking to. And, just looking around the county and having, had the discussions we did with the Builders Alliance and people like that, I'm starting to get a sense that, people can agree that it's not the lot size that makes the house, unaffordable. Currently, the products that we're offering at 1,500, 1,600 square feet, built at 260, 275 a square foot, those are already, just something that's not affordable. So, I don't know that it's necessarily allowing the higher densities in the receiving areas that is allowing us to really cut the costs on the cost of the products that we're having. Being from Southern California, having lived in both a 5,000 and a 6,000 square foot lot, I do see that those houses sold, $700,000, $800,000, 5-10 years later after my parents had bought them. So it's not necessarily the size of the lot; it's the size of the home that's driving the, price of these homes. And I think allowing this sentence and this policy to remain is allowing these people to put up those postage stamp high density things and that most of us can't agree with. And the votes that I've sat through, when we get those 5,000 and 6,000 square foots, it's often hard for a lot of us to agree on approving it. And so I think in an instance where we're having a hard time agreeing, I'd like for discussion as to whether we should allow the higher densities shown and whether or not our development code maybe on its own has some items that maybe conflict and maybe don't allow for this, or maybe allow for it in other ways to not have to be stated as a policy. I think throwing this policy in there, as most residents may point out, the higher densities immediately within the first three words is something that no person in this county, I feel like, looks at and really wants in this document. I do understand when higher densities are there, but I think we're to the point where those 5,000, 6,000 square foot lots, we've built quite a few of them, and I think I'm to the point where I'm just tired of approving those types of things. And even this last one we had last week with all the 8,000 square foot lots, but 100 of them looked exactly the same. I'm having trouble with these planned developments and really squeezing things in at the profits that they can make. So I think going towards smart building and smarter materials and products and things like that, we can move away from these higher densities that we really don't need in this county, is what I think.
Okay, Brian, thank you. Sam Booth, did you want to add some comments or perspective on this?
Yeah, I think I would just add, I think Brian had asked me if this policy was needed, just if I can recap and kind of what Brian's pointing out there is this really needed to be a policy, and would just bring us back to that slide I had at the beginning of the afternoon, that we have quite a few policies, quite a few actions. Any chance we can slim those down in any way, I would be in favor of that. And when you look at this policy, it does say higher densities than shown in the land use plan. Well, the land use plan, by its definition, receiving area is a land use. So I'm not exactly sure what it means when it says higher densities than shown in the land use plan. By us designating something a receiving area, it allows higher densities. And then it says provided that significant densities are being transferred. But that's a given, because if you're going to propose high density, you have to purchase a greater number of TDRs than if it was a low density. So I think if there's question about the statement here or the intent, I would encourage just eliminating this policy.
Okay, Sam, thank you. Other comments from members of the Planning Commission? Yeah, I think I tend to agree with you, Sam Booth. It seems like it's understood and doesn't really have any meaning. And I think Brian makes a good point. That's not something we want to have in as a policy if it's not going to be meaningful, and if we don't want to go in that direction. So I concur with what both of you are saying.
And can I get an opinion? This is Brian Owen for the record. Can I get an opinion from Mark? I mean, Mark, when you're looking at the TDR program, this isn't going to itself, if we remove this, slow or deteriorate the program. Correct? It's not going to? You feel like have an impact in that respect?
No, I don't think it's going to have an impact. Like Sam Booth said, a receiving area is a designated land use, and everybody knows that you can stuff as many houses as you can fit on a postage stamp in a receiving area if you're willing to bring in the TDRs. So I think it should be eliminated.
Yeah, I agree. Because I mean, this doesn't even speak to the necessarily 5,000 and 6,000. Like I said, we're just saying higher densities. I think being non-specific there and allowing too much flexibility for whoever reads it, I think that's where we're subjecting ourselves to that exposure. So I was just concerned that something like this maybe affects the TDR program, but as you guys both point out, I didn't think of the fact that you still need 150, whether it's 150 or 190. So really, it's not really negatively impacting, except for that little cap of extra homes that they may have gathered. So I do agree that I think it should be removed.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for your comments, Mark. Other comments from the Planning Commission at this point? So the proposal would probably be just to delete the entire policy at land use 10. Am I correct there, Brian? Just knock that one out?
Correct. Delete it in its entirety.
Okay. Do you want to go ahead and make that motion?
So I move that we strike land use policy 10 from the master plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mark seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, so the vote is 7-0. It passes to strike that language. Okay, now I think we're on maybe up to 14. Sam?
Yeah, this was our Community Development Director, Tom Delaire.
Okay, go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, this one, I just wanted to get some input from the members on this. We ran into this last week discussing, I think, Ashland Park about buffer zones and buffers and transition areas separating urban land uses from existing rural residential uses. So was there any guidance you wanted to add or expand this policy, or do you guys feel that this is sufficient?
Tom, I think when I looked at these, this was something new that was proposed. So I think this possibly was a proposal from the consultant that might have been a best practice. I haven't been going back to my notes. So Sam Booth, you might be able to jump in there.
I was trying to find it in the old plan.
While we're trying to look this up, did anybody else have any thoughts on giving Tom some guidance or suggestions on possibly modifying this language?
Mr. Chair.
Bryce, go ahead.
My comments are, if this was added, I think it's important to know from who, because if it's not from staff or the commission or the public, I would want to understand better what the intent is there versus just inserting something like this.
Yes, Bryce, that's a very good point. I think as I went through the Logan Simpson document, and I'm trying to page through it now, what Logan Simpson did is they identified a number of policies in certain categories that they, based on their experience, believed were best practices. And again, I would defer to Sam or Tom for their expert opinion on what is a best practice when it comes to this particular topic. But I think they offered that in a number of instances for us to put in based on their experience on land use issues. Again, Tom or Sam Booth, any thoughts on whether this is something that we want to modify or move off of the master plan?
Through
Maureen?
you, Mr. Chair.
Maureen, go ahead.
While Sam is looking, as I recall, we've had a few comments from planning commissioners over the past year and a half about feathering and transitioning from a strictly urban setting to rural. One of the areas was up outside of the Big George area where we did some conversion of forest and range land to large lots, and then it'd be next to ag land. So I think this is put in there to address that because it's come up more than just a couple of times. And I think on the last project that we did where the Muller Parkway was, my thought in approving it was that we weren't going to have urban, and then the backyards of the Orchard Lane people. It was going to be a broad separation between the Muller Parkway, then some open land, and then the backyards. So I don't think that's way off base. Is it, Sam Booth?
No, I would agree with you, Maureen. And I think I heard our senior planner, Lorenzo Mastino, speak up. I'm looking through the document to see where this came from. Lorenzo, did you find anything?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair and commissioners. Lorenzo Mastino, for the record, senior planner with Douglas County. I was looking through the 2016 document, and the same exact language that we have today in that policy 14 was mentioned in the East Valley Community Plan as policy 1.2, just word for word. And I believe that our consultant staff thought that it was a good practice, best practice. And since some of those policies were removed and consolidated from the individual community plans, it was now included as a overall land use policy.
Thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you for your insight as to where that came from. Tom, did you want to add other comments then?
No, that'll do it. Sorry about that.
All right. What's the sentiment then of the Planning Commission? Do you want to keep this in, or we want to take it out? We want to modify it? Maureen?
No other discussion. I'd move adoption of policy L14 as written.
Okay. Maureen moves to adopt policy L14. Is there
Brian Olin to second?
Brian seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Okay. The question is on adoption of policy L14. I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this vote, there's 7 ayes, no noes. So L14 is adopted. Next one I have is L16, Sam Booth.
Yes, this item was highlighted through the public comment that was submitted for further discussion. And let me see if I can refer to my notes here. So this policy was proposed to be rewritten, as protect residential neighborhoods from encroachment of incompatible activities and uses which may have a negative impact on their quality of life. And if I can, just for the ease of discussion, I'll add that language so you can review it. So that would be to strike the existing language and add it that way.
Thank you. It's basically striking the first part and then modifying a few words in the last phrase as you have written there.
And I think just a more direct attempt at rewriting that policy.
Excellent. Again, once again, this meets one of my tests of doing something that's clear and concise. And I have in my notes that this was policy 1.4 in the 2017 document. So we'll take the good suggestions of our public comments and make a modification in that regard. Other comments from the Planning Commission members on this proposed revision?
Mr. Chairman, I'd move to modify policy L16 as written.
Okay, Bryce moves to modify policy 16 as written in the land use. Is there a second?
Second.
Mark seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is 7 votes aye, no votes no. This is adopted. Number 20, Sam. This is one that Maureen asked to discuss.
I'm looking at it now. I'm going, what was I thinking? But one of the issues is that we have encroachment all over the county, and it's not just from the residential being encroached upon by an industry or the ag industry, even though we have signed pledges that, no, we're not going to be bothered by smells or noises. We have complaints, and we're changing our zoning and approvals to accommodate encroaching residences. And I'm a little concerned, this has to do with what's later on with the airport, is I think it's not, I understand what's trying to be approached here, but I think there are other policies in the master plan that will not lead to good policy overall. In the airport section, it talks about housing around the airport and how it has to be protected from noise, but just having housing around the airport, I think, is inconsistent with this policy, because, and I don't know where I'm going. I'm a little confused what I was thinking when I was reading this, but I hope my point is getting across that there's some confusion in this document, and I'd like to hear what the other commissioners are thinking as to what encroachment entails. It's real clear what encroachment into an ag area or into a residential area, but as far as industrial areas, it's not the same clarity.
Okay, Maureen, thank you. Sam, did you have maybe a little interpretation of what some of this language might mean or why it's in there?
Yes, I can. Thank you. This is Sam Booth, Mr. Chairman. To Maureen's points there, and I think she got to it towards the end. Her note she sent me said that was a discussion with, do we need to add some language to this regarding protecting ag uses from encroachment. My notes that I just made this morning were that I think in the ag and conservation element, we have a policy that discusses that. And I think further, Maureen's point here about what is it trying to say about protecting industrial uses or areas from encroachment. What is that encroachment? I think, of course, as it says, it's any incompatible use. What is maybe the most incompatible with industrial, I think would be residential uses. So new subdivisions should not be located in areas near an industrial park or in existing industry, because as the commissioners well know and county staff knows, as soon as those homes go up and residents move in, they may start to complain about, the noise, lighting, smell of the industry or industrial uses themselves. And it was the industrial area that was designated first and constructed first. So in a very similar aspect to the conversation we have about residential uses encroaching closer to agriculture. And we even have our right to farm statement that we require to be a deed restricted on properties that are developed near agriculture. If a new subdivision is built and those new homeowners move in, we don't want them to all of a sudden start complaining about the agriculture and the farming techniques that have existed prior to the subdivision. The same would be the case for industrial designated areas.
Thank you, Sam. Maureen, did you have anything to follow up on?
Yes, I guess I want to verify again that the conflict here, because when we're talking about industrial uses and encroachment, we have the vision statement for the airport community plan, which talks about residential uses being accommodated. And it just seems like there's a conflict here in this policy. Maybe we need just to remove it or move it somewhere, but it doesn't make sense to say we're going to protect from incompatible uses and then have residential being accommodated by the airport. I just don't think those are appropriate uses.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Bryce.
I'm sorry, Maureen. Go ahead.
No, I can't be eloquent like Bryce can be. So Bryce, I will let you take care of it.
Bryce, go ahead.
I don't know about that. You're pretty eloquent when you get going. I'm okay with this. I think the intent is that the industrially designated areas really don't have a place in any other element. And so I think the intent here is to kind of carve out that incompatible uses will not encroach on industrially designated areas, where in the agriculture and conservation elements, it's discussed, in the housing elements, it's discussed. And correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but this is kind of the one place where it addresses the industrially designated areas. And if I'm correct, I think I've got a suggestion on how to clean up the language and simplify it, but I want to make sure I'm correct in my understanding first.
Thanks, Bryce. Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, this is Sam Booth. I think generally, Bryce, that's correct. The land use element has just a few areas where it calls out industrial development or land use. There may be a few areas as well in economic development that speak to that, but not as it's relating really to land use planning, and that's directly in the land use element.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Bryce, did you have some language that you wanted to toss in there that you think might clean this up, or?
Sure, I'll give it a shot and see if this is amicable to Maureen. So I would suggest protect industrially designated areas from the encroachment and effects of incompatible uses in adjacent areas. So from the encroachment and effects, and strike everything up to incompatible. The second incompatible. including by, and protect industrially designated areas from the encroachment and effects of incompatible uses in adjacent areas.
Yeah, excellent, Bryce. I think that really clarifies things, simplifies.
I live with that. Thank you, Bryce.
Thank you, Maureen, for raising this. So looking at the language there, that looks exactly like what Bryce, do we need of the encroachment? Okay. I think you're good, right, Bryce? Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's the proposed new language for L20. Is there other comments or ideas that we want to toss in there, or can we make a motion?
I'll move adoption of policy L20 as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion that Maureen made to approve policy L20 as revised. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So in this, there's 7 votes in favor, no votes against. The language is approved. Now, on my list, I've got about 5 or 6 more. Do people want to take a break now and come back and pick it up with numbers 22 and 23, or you want to just plow ahead and finish this element? I'd like to still do agriculture after we finish this element after we take a break, but
Mr. Chairman, I'm good with moving forward to finish this if the rest of the group's okay.
Anybody need a break? Okay. I think L22 and L23 can be pretty simple. If I can get some help from Sam Booth or from Maureen, we both asked that this be addressed because I think L22 and L23 can be combined. Maureen, I don't know if you've written anything out, but I just scribbled where we just almost eliminate L22 and we add some language in on L23, perhaps work with the towns of Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa, and then add and other entities, and then go ahead with the language to develop appropriate programs to identify, designate, and preserve significant buildings and sites. We can strike with the towns, and to establish guidelines for new development adjacent to historic structures and for the reuse of historic structures in order to preserve their character and setting. So I was trying to get to the genesis of L22 and put it into L23.
Now, I wrote up some language and I sent it to Sam Booth. Do you have it, Sam Booth, or should I read it?
I do. Let me see. Just bear with me 1 second. I'll just add it at the end here.
That looks good to me, Maureen. I think you've got the A grade in English for this one.
Well, thank you, but it was your idea.
We all work together.
And she says she's not eloquent. Look at that.
Do people on the Planning Commission have any thoughts or proposed modifications to this one? Brian, can you read it? Other thoughts, comments? If not, go ahead, Maureen, if you want to offer that as a motion.
Okay, I'll move adoption of policy L23 I will remove policy L, or combine policy L22 and L23 as written.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Christie seconds the motion. So the motion is to revise policy L23 and to combine it with policy L22 as written. Is there further discussion? All right, if not, I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is a 7-0, so the language is approved. I think we're up to 25 now, Sam?
Yes, this was an item highlighted by Brian Holland. Brian, I think your comment said maybe this should be an action item. Let you elaborate any further.
Well, yeah, when I look at policies, policies are policies, and action items are actions. I feel like here, I don't know that the policy fits anything related to development, land uses, and what we're trying to achieve here. When we look at that definition of master plan that Bryce gave, I kind of can't see how this is even necessary within the plan. Informational materials to educate county residents and visitors. I mean, there's a visitors authority for that. There's entities that do this exact thing. I'm not so sure that our master plan needs this as a policy, but maybe continue to encourage the preparation via an action item. Because I believe that this is currently done, maybe not to the capacity that we like, but I believe that it is something that I don't see it as a policy as much as I do an action. And that's kind of what I was wanting to gather other people's thoughts regarding.
Thank you, Brian. I would agree with you. I think this is the exact language that was in the historic element, 1.5 last time, but it be moved to an action is where it probably belongs. Sam, any thoughts on this one?
This is Sam Booth. I agree. It could be moved to an action, and would also question if it's needed as an action at this point. Brian makes good points about there's other, organizations around the county that are making efforts on this. And additionally, the policy above, and I think some other action items we already have, talk about establishing historic preservation efforts with the towns in Minden, Gardnerville, and Genoa, and supporting or creating those historic districts. I think it would be then up to those entities once formed to do this action item, and the visitors authority and others.
Yeah, so I'd have to agree with Sam there. Even moving it to an action item, I just think it's kind of out of place. And I'd say I'd have to agree that as far as the county document, I'd say this is one thing that is kind of repetitive, that we are going to encourage this type of activity regardless of whether it's a policy or an action.
Thank you, Brian. Other comments from members of the Planning Commission? Brian, do you want to make a call as to moving it to an action item or deleting it?
I move that we strike policy L25 from the master plan altogether.
Is there a second?
Second.
Maureen seconds the motion. Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Right.
It would seem to me that policy 25, 27, 28, and 29 are very similar. And to Brian's point, that they represent more of action items than they do policies. I guess I'd like to ask Brian if it was in his intent that the same apply to all four of those, or is he wanting this to just stand alone?
Stop reading my mind. That's literally what I'm thinking. All of these read as action items, even 27, 28, and 29. I know we have to vote on them individually. I'd be willing to talk about them all individually, but I'm essentially looking at all of these as action items, or even not even needing to exist. And so in the instance of this one, I'd say for the vote, I'd say we keep it to this one, and then we can work on those ones down there next.
Okay, that's a fair idea. So let's just do 25, and then we'll skip down to 27, 28, and 9 and get a reading of whether we want to combine those or move them to an action. Sam Taylor, did you have a thought on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. You can lump similar items together and make one motion out of them. So if you're moving to eliminate 4 items, you could make a motion to eliminate those 4 items and name them. So I decided to point that out.
Well, I think the reason I'd like to keep them separate is because I think on some of these, I'd like to see them as action items. Whereas this one, I don't believe it fits in the action category.
Okay. So Brian, you're going to propose to delete policy land use 25?
I do. I support my motion.
All right. Brian's moved to delete item 25, the policy and land use. Is there a second?
Second.
Maureen seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Okay. I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this vote is 7-0 to remove the policy land use 25. And now on 27, 28, and 9, do you want to discuss these together, Brian, or do you want to do them individually?
So the reason I kept these separate from 25 is because unlike 25, I believe these are good action items for the county to pursue. Supporting the efforts to direct funding towards the revitalization of the historic areas, I feel like is very important in what we do here. Having clients that have taken advantage of that, I really do see the benefits not only for the clients, but for the community as well. The restoration of these historic buildings is something that brings people to these sites. And I don't believe as a policy necessary, there. I think an action that we are continuing to do, is something that I think belongs for 27, 28, and 29. The Main Street legislation, work with the town or the Main Street program here, seeing the good that it can do, though it's not quite as widely used as people would like it to be. The Main Street program really is a great financial tool to allow these downtown districts to develop as we move forward with this master plan. I know that we're looking towards the Muller Parkway to relieve 395 and possibly later in the future make some changes related to the 395 area. And I think continuing to be on the side of the main streets to keep this legislation in place is going to allow them to keep up with the changes that we'd like to see here in the county. And then the Historic Preservation Board, I do understand we have a few small different preservation type boards around the county, but having one, entity to which, everybody is coming together in a collective of ideas, not just specific to the zone, getting outside feedback, I think is always something that, I think is valued. And so I support moving all items 27, 28, and 29 to action items as opposed to being.
Okay, that's a good suggestion. Other comments on what Brian has discussed?
On point, Brian. I think the creation of a countywide historic preservation board is critical to maintaining our heritage, because we see too many solo buildings being torn down, like the rock one that was on Jack's Valley outside of Genoa. One day it was there, one day it was gone. And if we had a countywide listing and a countywide board maintaining tabs on all these historic structures, I think we'd see less of that. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Brian. Other discussion, or are we ready for Brian to make a motion? Brian, the floor is yours.
So I move that we move policies land use 27, land use 28, and land use 29 out of the policies and create action items based off these exact policies, no change in the language.
Okay, is there a second?
So moved.
Bryce seconds the motion to move these three items as to action items. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is a 7-0 to move those two actions.
Who was the second on that, Mr. Chairman?
Bryce seconded that motion.
Okay, excuse me. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I think I misspoke earlier. Mark, did you have a policy that you wanted to add on land use?
I know that was in agriculture.
Agriculture. Okay, I misread that. I thought we were going to be able to go to agriculture next, but I know we have a number of issues that people raised on the community plans. So it would be my suggestion then that we take a recess now for 15 minutes, and then we'll come back and start with the community plans that we have requested modifications or changes or additions to those. And then if we can continue and finish the agriculture plan today, I don't want to upset people's plans if they have plans for later this afternoon or this evening, but I'd like to try and go as long as we could to finish agriculture tonight. Any comments, Sam Booth? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, if I didn't hear you, excuse me, but we did have one action item highlighted for revision from public comment. And I believe an action item proposed by yourself and an action item proposed by public comment here. I don't know if we want to do that before we move on, or if you want to come back to that after the community plans.
Yeah, I'm going to drop the one that I was proposing to add as an action item. But why don't we come back, since it's after 4 o'clock already? Why don't we come back to the two action items that we have to finish up land use, because we still have the community plans, and I think there's about 6 or 8 that we're going to have to do on the community plans, maybe more. So that might take a good half hour or so. So let's take a recess at this point. We'll come back at 20 minutes after 4 and reconvene, and we'll start back in with the land use action items that we have to consider. So with that, we'll stand in recess till 4:20. to order. It's now 4:23, and this is the Douglas County Planning Commission, and we're considering the master plan, and we're to the section where we need to add a policy to the land use section. I believe, Sam, you suggested there was one in public comments that you pulled out that you thought we could consider for an additional policy on land use. So I'll turn it over to you to either share your screen or describe what we're considering for an additional land use policy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Booth for the record. I'll share my screen here. We did have a request from public comment to add a new policy at the end of the land use section here. And this was a request to add back in policy 3.1 from the 2016 draft version. So I think that was removed through the process. And the language shown here is, I believe, just adding that exact language from the draft plan back in.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Are there members that want to discuss this or have comments on this particular suggestion?
Mr. Chairman?
Bryce.
Sam, was there a reason that it was removed in the past?
I didn't get to that yet in my notes, Bryce. My recollection, just offhand, was I think that we thought this was somewhat redundant. That similar to earlier where we were saying that using the master plan land use map to further the master plan, that this was kind of a redundant statement that we, by approving the master plan, you have the community and regional plans. But I think the public is wanting to see that we make the statement that yes, we are going to be adopting these community and regional plans and establishing goals and policies to reflect and enhance each of the communities there. And I would have some edits potentially to this.
Thank you, Sam. That brings me to my next question. Is there anything within the language here that the county cannot do, and so therefore it becomes problematic?
No, this is Sam Booth. Bryce, nothing that I would see as problematic here. I think we've had this policy. Again, it was in the draft plan. One thing I would note is that it may be picky wording, but we are now in the new plan referring to the regional plans as just regions. So that they're not confused with the community plans. So we're referring to the Pine Nut region, the Sierra region, and the Tahoe region, rather than calling them the Tahoe Regional Plan or Tahoe Regional Community Plan. Seemed redundant. So here I might say community plans and regions to establish. And then we did, as I indicated earlier, we removed goals from the community plans and made those overall land use goals. And so where there were common goals among the different community plans, we rewrote them into one goal, made it an overall goal or policy. Many of them became policies and stayed within that community plan. But for instance, one community plan would repeat an item that was in other community plans. And I think they did that just to say, the East Valley Community Plan, for instance, if there are developments adjacent to Bureau of Land Management or forest land, that access will be provided to those public lands. And it would say that in the East Valley Plan, in the Fish Springs Plan, in others. So we made that an overall policy for the land use element and took it out of having to repeat that over and over.
Thanks, Sam. Do you want to put up your suggested modifications? I think you're saying take the plans out, put it after community, just have regional, and then maybe take out the special goals and just say policies or something like that, right? since we don't have
Yes.
goals and community plans. So we just have policies. Okay. That looks like a cleaner version of what was suggested. Brian, do you have a comment?
So when looking at this, shall adopt sounds like something we do once. As a policy, I read those as things that are continually applicable, whereas an action I feel like is something that's done, possibly not done again. This doesn't mention anything about updating those policies at any future point neither. So, I would think if we were, continually updating or continually reviewing, I would think that'd be more of a policy, whereas adopting these plans and regions, I think, is more of an action. I'd be a little more inclined to have this as an action item, as something that we can complete. And that's what I kind of define the action items as something that we can complete and have a, defined, endpoint. And I think this meets that criteria.
Sam, do you have a preference for a policy or an action? And in some regards, it could be a policy just because it's an ongoing policy of the county that all the community plans and regions do this, or we do that's in the community plans and regions. But a little bit of both to me.
I think potentially you could change the wording to say shall maintain instead of shall adopt. Or if we were to keep it at shall adopt, I would agree with Brian that we could move it to an action item. And of course, I'm always in favor of that low-hanging fruit that we could get this action item done in the next few weeks.
That sounds
this is Brian Olin again. And I do think this change you just made here is what would make it a policy. And I agree that if we do put adopt in that place, it becomes more of an action. I think maintaining these community plans is something that we should strive for. Not just writing a community plan, leaving it and letting it go. I know we had the community plans of Minden and Gardnerville. Tom Belair was part of that. That plan for prosperity. So, I'd like to see those things maybe reviewed and maintained, as opposed to just written, adopted, and, left in place.
I would agree with that.
So what's your preference, Brian? Put it as an action and say adopt, or put it as a policy and say maintain?
I believe Sam Taylor had a...
Sam Taylor?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I'd just like to point out that some community plans contain elements that potentially conflict with Douglas County Code. And to the extent that they do, you don't want to adopt them because then you have, basically conflicts amongst the plan and the code. I think the language that Sam has up there and the comments that Brian have put forth are actually pretty good. And I think the shall maintain community plans and regions is acceptable, and it doesn't get us in any hot water. So,
thank you, Sam. We don't want to get any hot water. Ryan.
Yeah, I agree with Sam's comment there. I didn't even think of the legal implications of that. The adoption and incorporation into the county. Now he's right. You do create two conflicts there, and essentially the county oversees the community plan. So I think this maintenance of the plans allows us to still retain that oversight, but making sure that we adhere to as closely as we can the desired character of those communities. So I have to agree with that.
Thank you, Brian. Maureen, do you have comments? Maureen, I see you on the screen, but I don't hear you or see your picture. Comments from anybody else? Maureen, you're still muted, I think, maybe, or maybe you have a sound. Maureen, if you can check your sound, I'm not hearing you at all. You may have to come back to us with that. Brian, while we're waiting for Maureen to come back, do you want to go ahead and make the motion? If she has a comment, she can add it into the discussion. If she wants to change something, that she can throw out a change, perhaps.
Yeah, so I'd move that we incorporate a new policy under the land use section to include Douglas County shall maintain community plans and regions to establish the policies necessary to reflect and enhance each community's desired character.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
So moved.
Bryce seconds the motion, and I don't see that Maureen is back, so let's maybe just pause for a moment and wait for Maureen to come back, because I know she did have something that she was trying to get across there. And then just for everybody's edification, we'll next move to the land use one. So we've got number 5, and I'm not sure if we have a new one on the public on land use or not, but we'll go to Sam for explanation. Maureen, we've made a motion and had a second, but I know you were trying to comment or add something. Would you like to share with us on the item that we are considering for possible policy for land use?
No, I didn't have anything to add.
Okay, I saw you talking, but I couldn't
was
hear
basically saying I am not muted.
Always technical glitches. So Brian's made the motion. Bryce has seconded. Is there further discussion or debate? Seeing none, then we'll call for a vote. And this is on the new policy as indicated on the screen. Christy.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So this is 7-0 to approve the new policy. Sam, are we up to land use section 5 now?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. This was an item also indicated in public comment for a proposed revision. Let me see. I don't think I highlighted that. Let me see. The proposed language we received is here. Would be to strike the current language.
Okay, I think I see what you have on the screen there. My only question would be, does the county have to play a role in the submission, or can towns do something on their own here? If anybody has an answer to that question. Sam Taylor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. Essentially, under Nevada law, there are 2 ways for a town or area or region to become deemed historic. One is the state can do so, which they did with the Comstock in Virginia City, or Douglas County can do it on its own, or the counties can do it. And they did that with respect to the Genoa Historical District. So the board already has the authority under Nevada law to create historic districts. There's guidelines for doing so that the board must follow when creating such districts, but they do have those powers.
Okay. Other comments or thoughts on this language?
Mr. Chair.
Maureen.
I have a question. We said earlier that we supported the creation of a historical preservation board. Can the Board of Commissioners delegate the support and application to that board, the Historic Preservation Board, or does it have to come from the Board of Commissioners always?
Sam Taylor, do you know the answer to that question?
I don't, Mr. Chair. I don't know what role Ms. Casey's talking about that she's having this board do.
I would.
The submission of applications, it says Douglas County shall submit applications. You said the Board of Commissioners can do it. For submitting historic district nominations, right? But we talked earlier and supported the policy to create a historic preservation board or a historical board. And I wondered if the Board of Commissioners could delegate the responsibility for submitting these nomination packages to that board.
Ostensibly, the board could do that. One would assume that part of that process would be the board would create via ordinance the commission you're referring to. That would allow for that commission to identify historical buildings and areas within Douglas County and then make a recommendation to the board to create a historical district or have a building be named as a historical building. But I think that's what it would take in order for them to have the power to do that. Is the creation of an ordinance, I mean.
I just want to make clear that, you know, if I've been in jurisdictions where you have too many boards created that have nothing to do.
Yeah.
And since we approved that previous Explore creating a board, if this is something that the board could do and then submit it to the Board of Commissioners for approval to send off, then maybe that's something that we need to clarify in here. Like community development will, if applicable, assist the Historic Preservation Board to complete applications for submission to the Board of Commissioners nominating historic districts. I don't know, something like that.
Well, my sentiments, Maureen, would be the board can do what the board wants to do. If they want to delegate it, they can delegate it. If they want to do it themselves, they can do it themselves. And that really doesn't affect the thrust of the action here. The action here is just saying we're going to help the towns out in doing what they want to do. And if there needs to be another refinement at some point, I'd say we could do another refinement. I mean, the Board of County Commissioners could do another refinement. Sam Booth or Brian, did you have your hand up on this one?
So yeah, when I'm looking at it and reading it, I do agree with them that, I think Tom and Sam have plenty to do to throw community development on the volunteer bus to get this done. I don't know if the time allows them to really have, the ability to dedicate sufficient time to really assist the towns. I do appreciate that a board does need something to do. And Ms. Casey's comments, however, that board isn't ready yet. Were we to have the board ready right now and we could delegate something to them and they could get it done, I would, love that as well. What I don't see here is what is preventing the motivation of them to just do this without having the county's assistant. If this is something that should be done, I would think that, we should support the towns in submitting these historic district nomination packages, not necessarily commit Sam and them to, helping them get it done. Saying that if maybe they have questions or things that the county needs to help them with, that we would support that effort. However, we're not willingly just nominating our hands and saying, Sam's going to spend 10 hours helping, Gardnerville and Minden get this plan done. I think, we should motivate them to get it done, but, really being an assistance, a support package, not, assisting in getting done.
Very good points, Brian. Sam, did you have something you wanted to add in that perhaps give us some context of whether we want to do assisting or supporting or something else in the language?
This is Sam Booth, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Brian there. Of course, I don't want to pass the buck on another action item. I think maybe the conversation that I hear several members having might be that you could change from community development will assist to just saying Douglas County will assist. And then it could be the option then, for the county or the county manager or the commissioners to determine who is in charge of that. And maybe that would be appropriate at some time in the future to be that historic preservation board. But to Brian's other point, I think the land use action as it was written does say that we would work with the towns to determine if that should be submitted. And I think, so why is there an action discussing that and why do the towns need the help there? Probably just because the county has more staff to be able to work on that or expertise in historic preservation. I don't know exactly that is the case 100%. But that if you look at the next action item, number 6, that we're going to be potentially preparing a certified local government application to the Historic Preservation Office, and working with the towns of Genoa and others, I think there's some expertise that community development can help give to the towns in trying to put a package together. And so, again, I think there's 2 ways you can do it. You can leave the action as it was, or potentially we could change it to say Douglas County will assist the towns.
Thanks, Sam. I like the Douglas County. I think it gives the opportunity for the board to do that then, as Maureen was saying. But I would defer to my colleagues on how they want to modify the language.
This is Brian Owen for the record. I do agree that, that would be a better action to put Douglas County there as opposed to community development, basically meaning that we're going to use our resources. But I still think the support is a better word than assist. Because if they don't really need, the help from us and they want to do it on their own, I mean, obviously, we can support the effort and not have to do anything. Assisting sounds like we're going to be helping them, no matter what from the get-go. And I think we give them the opportunity to sink or swim and ask for help where they need it. And I think support's more of that word rather than assist, I think.
Thank you, Brian. Very good points. Maureen.
I wholeheartedly support that, Brian. Thank you for that word change. My big thing in these action items is to delegate, and not leave it all to staff.
Good. So, Sam, do you want to fix that to say Douglas County will support the towns of Gardnerville and Minden? And then we'll see if this flies with everybody. Okay, that would be the modification, and I hope we haven't tainted the public comment recommendation too much by doing this, but we do appreciate the public comment, and hopefully we're moving in the right direction. Does somebody want to make a motion on this language?
I'll make the motion.
Ryan.
I move that land use action 5 under the land use element be changed to say Douglas County will support the towns of Gardnerville and Minden in submitting historic district nomination packages to the state of Nevada.
Second.
Maureen seconds Brian's motion to modify the language in land use action 5. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Christy.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. This is a 7-0 for the new land use action item. The revised item. Now we have a new land use item, I believe, Sam, that you said was proposed by a public comment.
Mr. Chairman, that was the item there. I don't believe, let me just check. I don't believe I have any other items. You had one yourself, sir, that I think you struck.
Right.
I have a question.
We'll
Kirk.
skip that one. Maureen, go ahead.
Yeah. Jim Slade made a comment in his written comments that I found interesting. If staff could just run through it. Let me get back to it. It is about the overlay. It's for our land use action 2, about the mixed use commercial overlay that's being removed in order to accommodate what staff has submitted in the new language for the land action 2 to allow multifamily residential zoning in commercial land use category. And I just want to know why staff is recommending removal of the overlays.
This is Sam Booth. Maureen, is that land use action 2 right here that I've got highlighted?
Yes, please.
Okay. This was an item that was carried forward from the 2016 draft master plan. So we didn't propose that. It was indicated in the audit to keep this item, and so we just moved it over and kept it. As far as a description of why it was included back in 2016, I can't give you an exact reason there. I think there would be a discussion that whether or not multifamily is appropriate in commercial land use. Excuse me, wait a minute. This is saying, to allow multifamily in the commercial land use, yes. And I think the discussion there is mixed use commercial we allow in the commercial land use, and mixed use commercial zoning allows a mix of residential and commercial. The best example of that would be if you would have ground floor commercial, coffee shop, some boutique stores, something like that. And second and third floors above that might be apartment units. Of course, we don't see much of that in Douglas County, but that's what the mixed use commercial zoning's there for. And that's allowed in commercial. And I think staff in 2016 may have been looking to say, if you're already going to allow those multifamily uses in commercial land use, why not move to allow multifamily just wholeheartedly? So to allow that apartment or townhouse in the commercial uses. Generally, they are appropriate to be located next to each other or within each other, that the makeup would hopefully be some kind of neighborhood, again, coffee shop or boutique stores or walkable amenities to those residences. We don't see that too often. Can't give too much more of an explanation other than that was in the 2016 plan and brought forward. This item wasn't highlighted, and so I believe it was approved earlier, but Sam Taylor, I think, if the members want to pull this now, that's possible, I would guess.
Let me jump in, Sam Booth, and then I'll hear from Sam Taylor. I prefer not to go backwards and reopen things that have already been approved. I think once we complete our initial run through, if we do want to have reconsideration, we can always do a reconsideration of items. But for fear of getting so bogged down and backtracking on so many issues, I'd like to move forward if we could.
My point was I tried to get your attention earlier, but my issue was Jim Slade had made a comment in his written submittal about a multifamily overlay in commercial land use zoning, and I just wanted a clarification on why the language was changed. If it was changed at all, and he says it's not.
Yes, it was the same as in the 2017 draft. So we can examine that issue further and then review whether it needs to be addressed. But I'd prefer to move forward at this point. Sam Taylor, did I make any errors in judgment there?
No, Mr. Chair. Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County. Essentially, if you wanted to revisit the earlier motion for the consent items, somebody who had voted for that would have to make a motion to reconsider, and then you would have to basically move to reconsider the item. And then once you do, you would then take that item and amend it accordingly, and then vote to actually approve the other items again.
Yes.
Which are not part of that list.
Yeah. So I'd prefer, if we want to reconsider anything, we do them all at the end. If we have any items that we somehow missed or need to, if one item might affect another item, that might be a cause for reconsideration too. Is that
so are you telling me if I have a question on something that's been in a comment that I should wait until the end before I bring it up?
Since we've already approved the land use action 2, my preference would be to wait till we have gone through all of the items that have not been approved and then come back if there needs to be a reconsideration of items. That seems to me the cleaner and neater and more orderly way to proceed. But I'm always at the mercy of the members of the Planning Commission for making motions or altering the proposed order of business.
I wasn't asking to reconsider anything. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sam, are we now on the regional and community plans.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. We have the Carson Valley region first, and I apologize. The format here is moving around a bit on me as we've made some changes. See if I can correct things. Yeah. We have the first up is the agriculture community plan. I don't believe we had any requested changes to that community plan, its two policies. Within the airport community plan, it was the last two policies, 6 and 7, that Maureen had asked to discuss further, I believe.
Okay, Maureen, the floor is yours.
Okay, again, we talk about in policy 6 and 7 about precluding land uses and then doing noise studies. And I just wanted to put out in front of the Planning Commission for consideration is that we call out the Johnson Lane, Hayborn Road, and East Valley Road, but we don't talk about the people to the west of the airport when pilots are coming in over these neighborhoods in between 395 and the airport. If they're inexperienced or they just don't care, they're not following a regular flight pattern. So there are no noise considerations and safety considerations for the neighborhoods that are in between the airport, to the south of the airport, and in between 395 and the runways. And I don't know if staff has any control over that, if that's simply FAA, or if it's a matter of education and this should be an action item included when we're done with this. I know we need to consider other neighborhoods, not just Johnson Lane who deals with the takeoff, but the others who have to deal with the landings.
Sam, do you have a comment? The way I read it is the land uses in the flight plan, which would cover both the takeoffs and the landings. Would that be an incorrect interpretation, or?
No, I think that's a correct interpretation, Mr. Chair.
These are already existing land uses in the flight plan, in the flight path, and it's not supposed to be the flight path. There is an acceptable flight path, but a lot of pilots don't utilize it. So my point is, do we want to add something to discuss educating pilots about existing flight paths, or do we want to just blow it off and say, you know, the people who don't have to deal with the takeoff aren't worthy of having something in the master plan? I don't know. It's a larger issue than just the takeoff. It's the landings.
Yeah, I think my point was when it says preclude, land uses in the flight path, that would cover both takeoffs and landings.
But you're not getting it. These are existing land uses.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, this is Sam Booth, if I can. I think that's part of the issue, Maureen, is that the master plan, generally is talking about new development and new land uses and where we should plan for those land uses, especially here in the land use element. So, we've seen it in other areas. We had the same conversation when we talked about industrial, that you don't want to approve new subdivisions in the flight paths for the airport, and those type of things. It's tough. It's tough to make a policy that is retroactive to existing subdivisions or the airport, of course, which its runways and flight paths are in existence and we don't have control over. However, I think that policy number 7 says pursuing funding for a noise study and a hazard study, and potentially, I don't know if part of the noise study might say that there are impacts to these residential areas and might have suggestions for altering flight paths, and or it says so as to prepare an airport overlay zoning district. And within an airport overlay zoning district, if that's created, you can create additional standards, height standards, noise standards, light standards, those type of things. to go above and beyond what we have today.
I think that I recognize, having done master plans before under the guise of general plans, that the devil is in the details. And while we're planning for the future, we also have to acknowledge, like we did in the land use and historic preservation, that there are existing uses that are impacted not only by future master plan decisions, but ones that came before. And that's why we have action items. And I see pursue funding as an action item. I'm fine to leave it as a policy, but I just got to get these things out and on the record that we're considering existing land uses and existing issues and not just blowing them off solely to get the document done. I'm quiet now.
Okay. Are there other members that want to comment on the proposed language or what Maureen is referring to?
So I will move adoption of policy 6 and 7 as written.
Okay, Maureen moves to adopt policies 6 and 7 as written. Is there a second?
Second.
Christie seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? I think your point is well taken, Maureen. I think the thing that I would add is that if we want to try in some cases to modify the policies or provide direction on what the community plan should be, I think that's at times a worthwhile way to look at it. But I do think the language here is pretty good. And if we can do that as we consider community plans down the road, I think that's a worthwhile objective that you make. So if there's no other debate or discussion, I'll call the roll. So this was on policies 6 and 7. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Bryce? Or Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So this is a 7-0 on approving policy 6 and 7. Sam, we're in East Valley now on policy 7.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. This was requested by Maureen, and in Maureen's comment she sent to me, I think, Maureen, you had made a similar comment to this in some of the other community plans, but she asked a question about how often water quality studies are done, basically you made a statement about lot sizes and those type of things. Just as far as I know, this policy says that basically it's saying we will allow septic systems and wells for service in this rural community, being East Valley, unless water quality studies identify the need for community systems. And if your question was about, what water quality studies or when will those occur, I think part of East Valley has been studied in the past. I know that NDEP has some data on nitrates in the area and in the county as a whole. Beyond that, I think it would be just up to individual homeowners testing or sending in water from their wells to be tested, or if the county took an active role in trying to do that. And so just the point, I think, of the policy here is just saying if a study comes up done by whoever, a homeowner, the county, the state, and we find out that there's a need for a community water system because there are issues with the water quality, then we won't allow sewer systems and wells any longer in that area.
One point on this and in a couple of the other area plans is just we won't know if the water quality is poor until it's poor. And I think there has to be a little stronger language. It doesn't have to be a given timetable, but this is a little vague. and I don't know how to rewrite it in order to make it so we can test the water quality out there on a fairly regular basis. Because I'm concerned about ending up with another North Jacks Valley, where the water quality deteriorates to the point that the entire area destroys a well. And I don't know how to get around that, but I think there needs to be some kind of language in here identifying a timetable. I'm willing to be corrected, but I think it's vague.
Thanks, Maureen. Tom, I was just going to recognize you. Does the county traditionally take that role in some of the communities as proactively testing the water? Maybe you were going to comment on that, or maybe you can answer that, and then whatever comments you have to make.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Mulder. Tom Delaire for the record. Yeah, I've spoken to USGS about this, and also a water study in the for the basin and the aquifer, and testing has been one of their concerns as well. They had a number of wells and property owners that were participating in years past, and since have sold their properties and no longer are allowed to test those wells. I think we can take an active role in trying to recruit properties to do this testing. USGS is, or I'm sorry, NDEP is the agency that actually performed those nitrate models before, and it doesn't appear that they update them regularly from at least the research we've done on the text portion of the plan. So it doesn't look like they've actually done any new reporting on this since like 2000 and I want to say 6 or 7, and so so that is something that maybe we can add to an action. But also East Valley area specifically is rural RA 5 acres, rural residential, so RA 5 minimum parcel size, and the code, the NAC code 444 allows parcel size 1 acre or larger to actually have a well and a septic on the lot. So I think the difference between here in East Valley area, Johnson Lane, and the area you referred to up there by Silverado and Cherokee on those 1 acre parcels with the horses, high density of horses as well, with those nitrate issues up there. So I think we need to be a little more proactive in coming up with a program and some funding, of course, to support that program. But I think that's more of an action item. But this is just saying that we'll allow it because there isn't a facility for sewage. There's no sewage facilities in the area from Orchard Road, east of Orchard Road, because that's where the MGSD service ends, and it's not within the MGSD service boundary either.
So what you're saying, Tom, is that the USGS and the NDEP does the testing. The county doesn't do the testing, and we really can't tell USGS or NDEP to test.
Right.
That's not within our purview in the community plans.
Right. And what my discussions with USGS is maybe we could reach out to the residents and see if we can get some volunteers to allow them to test their wells, and get some sort of regular program going. They are trying to update the nitrates model that they had created in 2017, but I don't. It's been almost a year since I've spoken with them, and I haven't heard about any progress being made. When COVID hit, they were trying to do some public outreach, and that got canceled.
Okay. Well, I don't want to speak for Maureen, but I think if this is more than just a specific item for the community plan in East Valley, then maybe we ought to come up with a action item for one of the other elements that addresses this in a more global fashion, rather than dealing with it in the specific community plans one by one. Sam Booth, did you have a comment that you wanted to throw out there?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, this is Sam Booth. To Tom's point and your own, and to Maureen's question, in the public facilities element, we included a new action that was included language that came from Tom in his discussions with USGS. When we move to the public facilities element, I'd like to highlight that. I think this action item was approved earlier because it wasn't requested for further discussion, but it was for the county to partner with USGS to have the numerical groundwater flow model of the Carson Valley updated in order to develop a complete understanding of the availability and the quality of water in the Carson Valley, Carson River Basin. That was one action item that I believe has been approved, as well as we have action 19 to develop a regional water resource plan pursuant to NRS, and to update the water conservation plan pursuant to NRS. Those are within the public facilities element.
Maureen, does it sound like those two action items in a further element that we've already approved meet what you're looking for here?
Excellent. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sam. And I'll move adoption of policy 7 if there's no other discussion as written.
Okay, Maureen moves adoption of policy 7. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mark seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Right? Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. So this is a 7-0 approval of policy 7. I'm flipping my pages like you are, Sam. I think we're up to Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan on the vision statement.
Was it Gardnerville?
I think Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan, the vision statement. Dave Acola had questions on the water there, but I may have missed it. Maybe it was in the Gardnerville.
Maybe I highlighted the wrong one here. I think you're right. And might ask Dave that. Looks like I highlighted the Minden Gardnerville Community Plan.
In the Ranchos, yeah. Okay. On
okay. All right.
Packet page 26. Dave, would you like to go ahead and make some comments or address your concerns on that language?
I know that there have been wells that have gone dry in the Ranchos, and when you look, talk to the grid board, John Sheridan's concerned about it, and it's being neglected. I think that with my experience based on groundwater studies throughout the country, that I don't think there's enough water available in the whole basin to support the growth that has been approved. And I think that until they do a hydrogeologic study, that I couldn't approve anything until that is done. It's just so key that it's neglected all over the country until it becomes a problem. And when it becomes a problem, it's too late. And I think that a proactive stance has to be taken to correct that.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we should add a new policy that provides some direction or some sentiment about the Gardnerville Ranchos Community Plan? I hear your comments, but I'm not sure how to address them.
I don't know how to address them either. I just know that the study needs to be done before there's any more approvals throughout the basin. I don't think it's okay. I noticed it in the Ranchos, but it's everywhere. There's been the USGS, I believe it was USGS, did a presentation to the BOCC a year, 2 years ago, year and a half ago, and the BOCC ignored it. They said there's a problem in Minden that there's a well that they've had to discontinue using because of high nitrates. That's because of overpumping. And if they continue to approve developments, there's going to be more overpumping. One of the solutions, okay, right now they sell water to Carson, who sells it to Dayton. Well, we're going to have more problems. Dayton is overdeveloped. That's why they don't have any water. We're looking at the same problem here. We are not going to have enough water down the road. With 7,000 plus units approved, 7,000, figure 3,000 people per unit. There's 21,000. That's almost 50% of what we have right now in the basin. We are not going to have water down the road. And if somebody doesn't do anything about it, hey, we're all going to be paying the price. It's going to be very, very expensive. You're going to have to put in big treatment systems. When I worked in Southern California, they were taking water from the State Water Project. I worked on a project where we built a 54-inch pipeline from near San Bernardino to LA, and we just dumped it out onto the ground and let it infiltrate the basins. We don't have that option here. I think, I don't want to be a doomsayer, but it's going to become a major, major problem in Douglas County.
Thank you, Dave. We appreciate your comments. I think I would note that I have some language that I'd like to add at some point, and I think it's probably more appropriate in the housing, because I think you said at one point in your comments that this doesn't just affect the Gardnerville Ranchos. There are comments that you made about the wells and the ranchos going dry, but you also then commented that it goes beyond just the ranchos. So I think
yes, it does.
Yes, and I think you deserve to be able to make that point and address that. So I would suggest that at this point we move forward and we consider this in other sections, perhaps in the housing section, and then I believe Sam Booth. Correct me if I'm wrong, in the public facilities element, we have actions 18, 19, and 20. And Dave, I don't know if you've looked at those carefully, but you may want to look at them overnight, public facilities element, action 18, 19, and 20. And perhaps if you see that those need to be amended or strengthened or modified, we can come in tomorrow with some language that doesn't just go specifically to what's going on in the ranchos, but deals with it on a countywide basis.
It'd be fun to look at it tonight.
Okay, that's great. Should we now move then maybe to policy number 1? Was that on the list, Sam Booth, for comments or questions?
I defer to Sam Taylor. I see him raising his hand here, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Sam Taylor. I didn't see you.
It's my understanding that the vision statement was pulled from the master plan. So somebody would need to make a motion to include it back in.
Okay. I think Dave's comments were speaking to some of the water language in the vision statement. But I will be happy to entertain a motion on the vision statement, either to accept it or to modify it.
This is Brian Owen for the record. I'd move that we accept the vision statement as is in the original language.
Brian moves.
Sam, Chairman, through you, if I may.
Hold on, Lorenzo. Hold on. Is there a second?
Second.
Maureen seconds the motion. Lorenzo, did you have comments that you needed to make on the vision statement?
I just wanted, Lorenzo Mastino, Douglas County Planning, for the record. I just wanted to make sure that the vision statements were identified in the agenda as, items that you were gonna be entertaining a motion tonight, and not just instead the goals, policies, and actions. And I would defer Sam Booth and Sam Taylor on that. I just wanted to make that sure before you entertain a motion. Sorry about that.
Thank you. I'll address that, and then I can defer to Sam Taylor. When I'm looking at the action agenda sheet, packet page 5, it does talk about accepting the Douglas County Master Plan text update, draft community vision statements and goals, policies, actions, and as the draft plan for review and consideration. So my interpretation would be that the vision statement is included in the entire document, and we do have to approve those if they've been pulled. But Sam Taylor, I'd defer to you if you have other wisdom on this.
Mr. Taylor, Sam Taylor for the record. Mr. Chair, I agree 100% with what you just said.
Okay. So on this, I believe Brian has made a motion to approve the vision statement. And Maureen, am I correct that you jumped in with a second?
Yes.
Okay. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Dave.
You talk about equestrian trails to the community center. Are you going to provide facilities there for horses?
I can, Mr. Chair, this Sam Booth, I can elaborate on this vision statement.
Please go ahead.
If you've seen as we've scrolled through the document, most of the vision statements were written by Douglas County staff. We've tried to keep those to 2 or 3 sentences, just a brief vision, and basically how we put those together, because this is a new item in the master plan, the vision statement itself. What we're trying to do here was just to give any person that picks up the master plan and opens to their community plan an overall idea of what that area entails, what is the feel and the culture of that area. And we took the language from the goals and policies. However, the Gardnerville Ranchos vision statement here was written by the ad hoc committee in the Gardnerville Ranchos. Originally, staff had proposed our own vision statement. There was a document that the ad hoc committee approved, and that went to the Gardnerville Ranchos board for approval, and they approved it as well. We included it in your packet. I believe it starts on page 71, but this is the vision statement word for word from the Gardnerville Ranchos ad hoc committee. So they wrote this themselves, and I would defer to the committee and the Gardnerville Ranchos board on the language that was included, here. But they voted on that, and it was approved and forwarded to us.
Thank you, Sam. Does that answer your question, Dave?
No. Somebody has to pay for the equestrian facilities if they're going to have equestrian trails to the community center. You're by including that in there, you're committing the county to take and provide those facilities.
My opinion would be that since this is the vision statement of the Ranchos, that they would be obligated to follow through on any of the statements that they have made, and it would be their responsibility to do any of the actions like that. It doesn't detail when, how anything would be done. So that would be my opinion. Is it's up to them to do this. We're not obligating the county in any way by a statement of that nature. Sam Taylor or Sam Booth, am I off base on that?
Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor again for the record. I agree again with what you're saying, that basically a vision statement within a master plan is not going to bind the county. The county is not contractually obligated to do anything. Master plan, as Bryce noted before, is just a general guiding document. It's not a binding document. It doesn't mandate that you do X, Y, and Z. It's merely indicating what you would like to do in the future. So in order for somebody to spend money on behalf of Douglas County, given the limits and what have you, the county manager can do so up to certain limits, and then the board can do so. But no money can be spent without their approval. So, a plan of action would have to be developed. Who's going to pay for it? Those things would need to be hashed out. But also, the Gardnerville Ranchos is responsible for recreation facilities, so they can buy recreation facilities. They can plan them. They can pay for them. And they can basically charge their residents for those facilities. So that's what I'd have to say on the subject.
Thank you, Sam. Dave, did you have further comments that you want to make?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, thank you. So we're back to the motion that Brian has made on approval of the vision statement. Is there further discussion? Okay, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Nay.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this, there's 6 votes aye and 1 vote nay. So the vision statement is approved. Next is policy number 1. Maureen, did you have questions or comments that you wanted to make on this?
I think we can strike the last sentence. Since it, I just think we can. I don't think it's necessary to define the policy any better.
Sam Booth, do you want to render a viewpoint? It seems kind of duplicative to me.
Yes, I think this is Sam Booth, Mr. Chairman. This was a policy, I believe, that was carried forward from the 2016 draft. I don't know, unless our director, Tom Delaire, would be opposed to it. I don't know that I would be opposed to striking the last sentence.
Tom,
I would not oppose striking the language. I think we did this in a couple other areas. This was one of those repetitive ones. But this is the community area. This is one of the only community areas that has both the rural and urban areas within its boundary. So there is the subdivisions east or west of the Gardnerville Ranchos itself that are rural in nature, rural residential. So trying to keep that boundary, I think, was the intention here to justify that.
Thank you. I think Maureen's right. I think the first 2 sentences say it all. Any further discussion on this item? Maureen, do you want to make a motion?
1 as written.
You're going to strike the last sentence? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
All right. Well, I move we adopt policy 1 with the last sentence stricken.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Brian Olin will second.
Brian seconds the motion. Is there discussion? Just to clarify, I think, unless I misheard, both Sam and Tom were in concurrence that that's duplicative language that doesn't need to be included. So I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page on that one and we're not doing something unintended. If that's the case, then if there's no further discussion, I'll call the roll on policy number 1 as modified. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this would be 7-0 on modifying policy 1. And now I believe policy 6.
Okay, and the next one we had was policy 6. I believe this came from Maureen. And Maureen, in your notes to me, I think you just asked what we meant by improving gateways to the ranchos. And let me see here. Yeah, simply the number or the number of improvements. And my comment to that would be that as far as improving the gateways to the Gardnerville Ranchos, first and foremost, I think it's literally the gateways, the signage, some type of structure or unique features that let you know that you're entering the Gardnerville Ranchos. But beyond that, it could be the type of development. You could extend that definition to mean the type of development. If the Ranchos itself decides that this is the size lot or home or look, similar to how Minden and Gardnerville are approving their own design standards. If we determine that there's, something like that you want to let you know that you're entering the Gardnerville Ranchos, I think that's maybe a bit of a stretch. the literal term, is there's signage as you enter the ranchos. I think their boundaries have been expanding. But what we want to do is to let people know that this is the ranchos, this is the boundary line.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Okay, Maureen, would you like to go ahead and make a motion?
Okay, I will move we adopt policy 6 as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call for a vote. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is 7-0 to approve policy 6. We'll
Chairman
skip.
Mulder,
Yes.
can we add one more goal or one more policy into this, into the Ranchos General Improvement District area? When I was going through this, I failed to copy the verbiage for requiring a specific plan for the receiving area. Gardnerville Ranchos has a large amount of receiving area within their boundary. And I think we need to just identify that again as a specific plan is needed. We have similar language in the airport community area plan. And I was hoping to just I should have had that in here, and I apologize for that. But apparently it didn't get transferred to this document. So I'm just asking if we can add this specific plan language.
Yes, we have the opportunity to add policies at any point where none exists. So if you omitted something, if you or Sam Booth has the language that you can throw up on the screen, we can have any discussion that we need to. You say it's in the airport language that you can just copy over?
Yeah. Sam, do you want me to send you that? Is it existing in the plan? I can just scroll up here. It is. It's under the airport community plan, the specific, yeah, that one right there, policy 4.
Is this something, Tom, that's going to be need to be in every community plan, or just in the ones that have the receiving area that you've omitted it?
I think the ones that have the receiving area. There is a small amount down in Topaz of receiving area, but this one in particular has a lot more receiving area, similar to the airport community plan.
So just change airport, and then all the rest of the language should say the same.
Yeah. Their board in it's actually an item of their policy, GR policy 1.4 in their attached document that we had in your packet. They included some different verbiage for the road and traffic improvements, but I think we've captured it here under that language.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Is there anybody who has questions about this language or needs further explanation? Brian?
So when we're looking at a specific plan, Tom, you're not talking about like, what is it, the Northwest specific plan or something like that, just really site specific. So if they're changing the receiving area, they have to bring it for that site, not necessarily all of the ranchos all at one, up front.
Right, yeah, there's 2 mechanisms actually for a plan development. It can be proposed, and there's a certain limitation on the number of acres. Sam, do you remember what that is? 60 acres or so? I believe, Tom, this is Sam Booth. I believe it's 160 acres. 160, okay. Or larger requires a specific plan. Below that could be either a specific plan or a plan development. Right. Yeah, but I think the issue is with Sierra Rancho Sierra coming forward and a little chunk. If we do a bunch of little chunks and plan developments, we're not going to get the regional improvements that are needed for the overall development, which includes, according to the transportation plan, a bridge across the Carson River and another exit to 395. So at some point, that's going to have to be planned out, and and accommodated based on the additional need because of the additional population that could be proposed there in the receiving area.
So Sam, bring me back to that, what you said about the number of acres that require a specific plan versus one that can have a planned development. I mean, are we looking at a single owner exceeding the requirement to have the specific plan, or can they use planned development or a specific plan, you know, in this language?
I believe my understanding of the code is that they are not required to do a specific plan. If it's a smaller property, that they can bring forward a plan development to utilize that and do that. I think in the airport plan, it's a large area of receiving area, and the county hadn't really designed what should happen with that receiving area. And so that's why the master plan said, okay, a specific plan needs to be designed for this. Similarly, though, there are large areas of receiving area on the outskirts of the ranchos that are yet to be undeveloped. And so, you know, the master plan could say the same thing, that a specific plan needs to be brought forward for those areas.
So we're saying a specific plan is actually different than a planned development. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yes, the specific plan it's almost a mini master plan for the site. And it's basically it's before a plan development, and on a larger scale, maybe it's more general uses, like a master plan is general, where you're showing we think residential should be in this area, commercial should be in this area, or mixed uses in between, but a very high level review of what type of development might happen or occur there. A plan development can be very specific, all the way down to including the subdivision map. A specific plan, of course, wouldn't include that detail yet. You would still have to bring forward subdivision maps and the zoning maps and everything beyond that.
So we're basically requiring a specific plan at the point in which they come forward to change the receiving area to something else to see what they're actually thinking. Whereas the plan development kind of just says, hey, we're putting a plan development here, approve or done. Is that what I'm kind of understanding?
Yeah, the specific plan would deal with a lot of these regional issues that they're having. You know, the additional access to 395. Maybe maybe grid needs another water tank or something to support that additional population, or you know, there's some other needs that are going to have to be done, associated or identified and analyzed during the specific plan process.
So how many owners do we have that own these land? I mean, I know kind of the areas that you guys are talking about with these receiving areas being, you know, a resident over there in the ranchos. Are we talking multiple owners having to come together? I mean, I know you guys want it site specific, but what if one's right next to the other? I mean, how many of the size that we're talking about other specific plans do we have, or are we requiring someone to do something that, you know, kind of we aren't requiring of other people?
Excuse me, I don't want to jump in, but Sam Taylor, did you have something that was on point that you needed to address?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm a little concerned about the way that this language is written, because it seems like a mandate for somebody to create a specific plan for ranchos that they may not have to actually do as required under the code. So, you know, the master plan can't require something that exceeds what they're mandated to do or required to do under the code. So I'm a little concerned about the way the language is written. So if it's a policy, it should be like an idea to maybe create an ordinance or something to address this issue. And also, specific plans apply to properties where you have 160 acres or more. So if you're going to do a development for 160 acres or more, you basically are required to do a specific plan. You can do it for developments of 40 acres in conjunction, and you can do it in conjunction with a PD and a subdivision map as well. So I have to admit, I'm a little confused what we're trying to accomplish here. Maybe Tom can clarify a little bit.
I think, Sam Taylor, that you're hitting on my final point there. Are we getting more restrictive than the code here in this language? And I feel like, as you're pointing out, that we're further restricting something that the code already says they don't have to do.
Very good point, Brian, and very good point, Sam. What I'm going to propose that we do on this one is we hold this one over. Since it's a new item that we're not having to approve changed language, I'd like the staff to go back and hash this out. If we need it, we need it. If we don't need it, we don't need it. If it's too restrictive, then you need to come up with something that fits the bill. I don't think we need to go on for another 20 minutes debating something that wasn't in the draft to begin with. So let's hold this over. You guys figure out what you need to do, and then let's move forward to the next item. Sam, I think we're on Genoa now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, that would be the Genoa Community Plan. And the first item we had was policy number 4. I believe this was requested by Maureen.
It was in response to a comment received at one of the community meetings by a longtime resident in Genoa who was concerned about the design review process in the town of Genoa. So I just wanted to hear from Sam, since we are using design review, if it's our county design review or if it is done through the town of Genoa.
Okay, so when it says continue to use design review, that is speaking to Douglas County and Douglas County staff. Community development requires a design review application for certain types of development, and we review that application. And then I think this policy is saying, while reviewing those applications, make sure that the commercial development is compatible with the historic character of the town, and address the amount, scale, design, and location of the development.
That's just fine. If there's no other comment from the planning commissioners, I'll move adoption of policy 4 as written.
Maureen has moved adoption of policy 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is 7-0 approving policy 4. Now policy 7. Maureen, if you have comments there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused of where residential neighborhoods can be built in Genoa and what a development project that will be disruptive over there when they have Harleys going through there 5 or 6 months out of the year in their downtown. Can staff elaborate a little bit on this?
Yes, Maureen, or go ahead, Tom.
I don't recall changing this one. I think it was in the original plan. I was looking for it right now in the 2017 version.
Development potential for neighborhoods in Genoa? I don't recall that.
Come on.
Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, Bryce, go ahead.
Ms. Casey, I'm just trying to understand your question with respect to that particular policy so I can understand how to help or not. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, first of all, encourage quiet residential neighborhoods, so that it doesn't say if they're new neighborhoods or existing neighborhoods. And if they're existing neighborhoods, is that the county's responsibility, the town of Genoa's, or the sheriff's department? And also disruptive projects, approving disruptive projects. I don't know what those types of projects would be. So I just think this policy is a little bit vague. and could be a bit more specific to deal with the small town of Genoa. If we don't have neighborhoods that can be constructed new, then why do we call it out? We should specify that existing residential neighborhoods.
Yeah. So Genoa CP policy 1.8 is where this one came from. And it's Douglas County. So it reads today in 2017 as Douglas County shall encourage a quiet residential neighborhood and shall not approve any development or projects that will disrupt the livelihood or peace of the residents that live in the area.
So what you're saying, Tom, is this came from the town of Genoa?
Mr. Chair, this is Sam Booth. I believe this was changed through the consultant's review and trying to combine some policies. But what Tom was reading from was the existing policy before. And I think we've had input from the town of Genoa that they liked that policy as written. So I think if there's question by Maureen, we could revert back to that language, which does make more sense. I think saying encouraging a quiet residential neighborhood, meaning the town is a quiet residential neighborhood itself. Because the way it reads now, you're right, Maureen, that it sounds like it's saying new residential neighborhoods. There's not land within Genoa for new residential neighborhoods.
I like that much better than what's existing.
Okay. Do you want to tell Sam what we want to add or change in the language?
He's going to go back to the old way.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Bryce.
Not to belabor this point, but if there isn't anything to develop in Genoa, why are we even talking about it?
Bingo.
Well, this one applies to the entire community area, not just the town of Genoa.
Very, very good point, Sam. I should have picked up on that. So it's not just the town of Genoa. It would extend as far as the community boundaries, which are probably pretty far to the north and pretty far to the south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the boundary extends beyond Wally's and up around James Canyon Loop. So it's that whole area between the BIA, actually Washoe Tribe lands and Muller. Was it Muller? Yeah, I think that's Muller Lane there.
So there is potential for future development. Sam, did you have anything else to add? Or Sam Taylor, I see you waving your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. One of the concerns I have with Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs, one of the concerns I have with the language in this policy is I think Maureen was correct that it's a little bit vague. I mean, what is a project that disrupts the livelihood or peace of the residents? I mean, if you put a house next door to somebody and say you're allowed to build a house on that lot, would that be disruptive to that person? Would that disrupt their peace that exists at the time or prior to the development, being completed? And I think so. So what I would add is maybe just as a recommendation is add the language or the word unreasonably disrupt. So you use the word unreasonably disrupt. Because I mean, I think it's reasonable to have, if the Board of County Commissioners wants to approve a development in Genoa and it's zoned properly and it's within the Genoa area and they're allowed to do it, you might have an issue where somebody's saying, hey, look, your policy interferes with my ability, my property rights, to develop this property. It's already zoned. It's zoned properly. Why are you guys blocking me from doing this? So anyway.
Thank you, Sam. Maureen, does that sound reasonable to you, or do you want to further modify?
There's that word again. No, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sam.
Okay. Bryce, you have a comment or a suggestion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not to belabor this, but I guess what I'm struggling with is why in the Genoa community plan are we specifically calling out a quiet residential neighborhood versus Foothill or TRE or anywhere else. I guess I'm trying to understand why this particular policy is applicable, because it's not a residential neighborhood, it's a community plan, as we mentioned, that reaches far beyond the town of Genoa. So I'm struggling with the policy as a whole.
I think that's a very good point, Bryce. My only guess, and this is just a guess, I can go back and talk to Margaret Pross or some of the people who've worked on this in the past. This just probably came up through the Genoa community, and they probably wanted to specifically highlight it in their community plan. Again, that's only a guess, but I think your point is well taken. And I would again say to Sam Booth or Sam Taylor, we've got noise ordinances, we've got other things that would speak to this issue. But I'd be of the opinion if the people at Genoa like it or want it, then that's good enough for me. But again, defer to the wishes of the Planning Commission. Maureen, anything else to add on this one?
No, not really, except I do agree with Bryce that it's if it's a neighborhood and they have Harleys going through there all summer long, but they want to be a quiet neighborhood, it's a bit contradictory. But I don't live in Genoa, so it's whatever they want.
Okay. Maureen, are you ready to make a motion that includes the language that Sam has put on the screen for revising policy 7, or do you want to take other actions?
No, that's fine. I'll move adoption of policy 7 with the changes produced by Sam Booth and Sam Taylor.
Okay, is there a second? The chair will second the motion then. Is there further discussion or debate? If not, I will call the question on the revised policy 7 in the Genoa Community Plan on Christie.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is a 7-0 to approve the revised language. I think we're over to Indian Hills number 3, Sam.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Policy number 3 here was highlighted by Maureen's comments. Let's see. And I think, Maureen, you were just asking about what resort casino areas are in that area that this is referring to.
Yes, that's all I wanted for this.
Okay, and as far as I know, Tom, jump in here, but there is tourist commercial zoning just north of, it is the RV resort that's on the east side of 395, Silver City, I think. Just north of that, there's tourist commercial zoning, and I think there was a planned casino in that area.
Yeah, that's correct. South of Plymouth Drive. I think it's Plymouth. Maybe it's Sunridge.
If there's no discussion by the Planning Commission, I'll move adoption of policy 3.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. So this is on adoption of policy 3. Is there further discussion? No further discussion. I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the vote is 7-0 and it's adopted. Number 7.
Okay, Mr. Chair, this item, number 7, was highlighted by Maureen Casey.
To me, this policy 7 and 8 pretty much run together because they're both about standards. One is about water standards, water and sewer, and the other is about streets. And I'm okay with the information I got from staff on the water system earlier about the testing and how staff is working with NDEP and others to get some testing out there. So to move things along, if there's no discussion by planning commissioners, I'll move adoption of policy 7.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. So the question is on adoption of policy 7. Is there discussion?
Yes.
David Cola.
Okay. You're saying that they don't have to put in, I can see without the street lights, but without curb, gutter, or sidewalks, I think there'll be a lot of development that needs curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. You're precluding it.
Dave, I think we're on number 7. I don't think, unless I misheard Maureen, we've lumped in.
Okay. I'm on 8. She was combining 8, 7, and 8.
Did you mean that, Maureen? I didn't hear that.
No, I said that they go hand in hand
Okay.
for
so
me because it's about standards.
Okay. So your motion is simply on number 7?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll save your comments, Dave, for number 8. So the question is on approval of policy 7. Further discussion? I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Hi.
And the chair votes aye, so the vote on this is 7-0. Now we'll move to number 8. Did you have other questions or comments, Maureen, you wanted to bring up on number 8?
No, staff has addressed them earlier.
David Cola, did you want to come back with your comments on the policy 8 about the paving of local streets?
Yes. I can understand precluding street lights, but I can't see precluding curbs, gutters, or sidewalks. There's lots of areas where it's not required, but necessary to have proper development.
Right.
Thank you, Dave. Tom, did you want to speak to that about, this is rural standards, right?
Yeah. So the rural standards on this, there's Alpine View Estates, which has been developed. It's just pavement with a drainage ditch. Also, we've got a few issues out there on like Cherokee or Silverado around the Sierra Estates GID on the north side of Jacks Valley Road, where there is no curb, gutter, or sidewalks, and there's no drainage ditches, which is causing some problems. But the new developments within that, those particular areas should match what's out there today, is what I think this is trying to come at. Dave,
does that answer your question, Dave?
No, I think there's areas where curbs, gutters, or sidewalks would be appropriate. If you're trying to collect drainage water, okay, you might need gutters. I can't see that by saying you can't have them, you're defeating the purpose.
Okay, thank you. Sam Booth, did you have a comment that you wanted to throw in there?
Yeah, just wanted to add, I think what Tom's getting at is due to the fact that the Indian Hills Jacks Valley Community Plan is so large of an area. And that's why the first part of the statement to Mr. Acola's question or concern there, it does require the paving of local streets in new urban and rural developments, and then says streets in urban areas be paved to urban standards. And we have an urban road section which would require curbs, gutters, and sidewalks. And I think it's the second part of the statement, the streets in rural areas would be to rural standards, which would not require that. And so areas like Valley Vista, right there along 395 up on the hilltop, is more of an urban area, which would require curb, gutter, sidewalk, and they have that today. But areas further out near Jacks Valley Road, and some of those developments that Tom's talking about there don't have existing curb, gutter, and sidewalk.
Thank you, Sam. Dave, does that meet your concerns or?
No.
Okay.
Because when I read that, it says streets in rural areas shall be paved to rural standards. And then it says without streetlights, curbs, gutters, or sidewalks. Okay, in some instances, that is the proper way of taking care of the drainage. You're saying you can't put curbs, gutters, or sidewalks in there. And I have a problem with that.
So just scratch that language then.
Well, one option would be to say may be paved to rural standards, or should, depending on the circumstances, be paved to rural standards. But I don't want to add flexibility if a stricter standard is more appropriate. So
I would take, since I don't like streetlights, I would leave without streetlights in there, but I would take and leave curbs, gutters, or sidewalks as an options for the designer.
Sam or Tom, do we generally leave these kinds of decisions up to the designer, or are these decisions that are mandated by the county?
Yeah, we mandated that Freedom Ranch, which is just immediately west of Alpine View Estates, to put in a curb and gutter because of the street drainage and the areas of the adjacent agricultural to further west. And so curb and gutter were installed there because of the drainage ditches and the steepness of the slope of the road. So so that was actually mandated, I think, by staff to include those curbs and gutters. So that's fine. We can scratch the curbs, gutters, and sidewalks out of this. I think there's other policies within this master plan that we were just trying to be consistent.
Okay, so you're going to take out curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, but leave in the streetlights.
Yep.
Dave, does that sound like it's a reasonable proposition to you?
That works for me.
Okay. Other comments on the language that we have before us in Policy 8? Bryce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Dallaire, is it implied that when it says it should be paved to rural standards, that the rest of that is identified within the rural standards?
Yeah, it is on the standard detail for the
So
county.
do we really need anything in parentheses if it's already outlined within the rural standards?
No, it would be a development standard, but I think it's just giving the developer a heads up as to, or the property owner a heads up as to what's going to be required, with their property in this plan.
One of my concerns, and I think I might be on the opposite side of Mr. Acola on this, is I don't want to get into the business of mandating in rural communities that we start putting in curbs and gutters and sidewalks and streetlights, because I would have to believe that the sentiment of most of those who live in our community in rural areas don't want that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bryce. Other comments on the language that we have before us? I would tend to agree with Bryce. I mean, possibly, I think, say we could modify the language and say should, where appropriate, be paved to rural standards. But I don't know if that gives too much discretion. But Davis made the suggestion to take that language out, so I'd be happy to entertain either modifications or a motion to go with whatever language people feel is necessary.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Bryce.
In addition to Mr. Acola's revisions, I suggest that we strike everything in parentheses so that there's no confusion and just leave it to the rural standards.
Dave, are you comfortable with that?
That'd be fine.
Okay. So we'll put a period after standards, and that'll be it on the language. Other comments or suggestions? All right, could we have a motion?
I brought this up. I will move adoption of Policy 8 with the changes.
Maureen makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. So this would be adoption of Policy 8 as revised. Is there further discussion? I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Hi.
And chair votes aye, so this is 7-0. I think number 10 is the next on the list. Sam?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. This one was highlighted by Maureen. And I believe, Maureen, that your question was just about the specific plan in the North County there. And when is the specific plan and its review process done?
Yes, when we did the big George projects up there, there was a lot of talk about the specific plan being reviewed and amended to reflect those changes, as well as to look at the area as a whole. And I wondered where we were in the process on that, if we need to have this language reflect that the North Douglas County specific plan will be amended, or support amending or review and amendments to reflect changes.
So I can speak to that, Mr. Chair. This is Sam Booth. As part of those developments that came forward, Maureen, they did have a specific plan amendment as part of their application, and that was approved by the commissioners. And there was a condition there that they had provided red lines to the document pending the approval. And there was a condition that they provide us a totally revised document to incorporate the changes prior to the final map being recorded for one of the subdivisions that was approved. So before they can bring in a map to record and create the lots, they have to give us that final document of the specific plan. As it relates to the master plan here, this is a new description that I added. You can see policy 9 above it. I added a description about the Clear Creek specific plan. That was a new area that we added in the Indian Hills, Jacks Valley. We wanted to put a description of that. And then so I did that as well for the North Douglas County specific plan. And I modified the language in here to match what was recently approved. So you remember there had been tourist, commercial, and commercial land uses predominantly across that area. And those were amended to be just a small portion of commercial. And on the west side of 395, of course, is the majority of the commercial. So we said regional commercial, and then there was new multifamily that was approved, as well as high density single family. And so that's in the description there.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that it was in the work somewhere. Thank you. If there is no discussion by other planning commissioners, I'll move adoption of policy 10.
Is there a second?
A second.
Christie seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? I'll call the roll on policy 10. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So on this vote, there's 7 ayes and no nays, and the language is approved. Just to recap where we are now, I think we've got about 10 more to go on the remaining community plans in the land use element. And I'm of the opinion we should try and finish these up, and then we'll postpone agriculture until tomorrow. Are there thoughts about ending now, or continuing on with this one, or anything else?
I would prefer to end now.
Dave wants to end now. Any other comments or questions?
I'd say let's try and get through at least this section and do agriculture tomorrow.
Okay. Bryce?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, Brian here. I feel like if we can at least finish this section, leaving 5 of the 6 for tomorrow is, a tough task in its own. If we stop now, I think we make it even harder.
Okay, Bryce?
I'd like to get through and save agriculture for tomorrow. I think we got a lot of work to do tomorrow, and it's going to be another long day. So let's get done with at least one element.
Yes, sir. Mark? You're muted, Mark, if you got,
Let's plow ahead. Let's keep going.
okay. Maureen, plow ahead.
Yes, please. And I want to apologize ahead of time that most of these are mine, I think. I really took my diligence.
No apology necessary. You're making good comments and observations, and I think it's important that we be thorough on this and review what everybody's concerns are. Nobody should get shortchanged. So we'll go on to Johnson Lane, number 1.
Okay, this one is mine. And I just want a clarification of what commercial development was. Most of the office that I see or commercial in that area is either manufacturing or light office commercial. And do we want to specify that we're talking about more industrial and office and manufacturing because we have the Starbucks plant out there? Or do we want to just leave it as is with commercial development? Just a blanket phrase.
Tom, would you like to respond?
Yeah. So Johnson Lane and the airport community plan are separated by Johnson Lane itself. So there is the industrial area south of Johnson Lane and west of Vicky. Johnson Lane itself has a small amount of commercial right at Clapham and Johnson Lane where the general store is at. And there were 6 parcels, I think 6 parcels total that had neighborhood commercials. The 2 parcels across the street from the general store years ago got converted back over to residential, and there's homes there now. There's still, I think, 4 parcels remaining that is west of the general store, and that is really what we're looking at. That we don't add more commercial out there, that we keep to neighborhood commercial, which is what the zoning is. And then everything south of Johnson Lane on the industrial side or the receiving area side is handled in the airport area.
Thank you. If there's no discussion by the Planning Commission, I'll move adoption of policy 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion to approve policy 1. Is there further discussion? If not, I'll call the roll. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is a 7-0. The policy is adopted. Number 3.
That's me again. This one looks more like a goal to me than a policy. Sam Booth, if you want to clarify that, I could be getting my terms confused.
This is Sam Booth. Maureen, I think we've had other policies that are similar to this. I may see your point there, but one item is that we did remove goals from the community plans and tried to move those goals up as overall land use goals. This one, however, I think we left it here because it's a little more distinct to Johnson Lane in that it calls out not just, I think we had other policies that talk about creating an open space buffer around the community adjacent to BLM, but this one also discusses retaining properties while providing for detention basins to protect residences and drainage ways.
Thank you. If there's no discussion by the Planning Commission, I'll move adoption of policy 3.
Is there a second? Chair will second the motion. So the question is on policy 3. Is there further discussion?
Yes.
David,
How does the gravel pit fit in here?
The gravel pit is on BIA land.
But it's to the east of Johnson Lane.
Right.
Does the gravel pit affect the permanent open space buffer to the north and east? Tom, do you know the answer to that question or
Yeah,
not?
I don't believe so. It's a mile, what was it, 2 miles to the site, I think, from the end of Johnson Lane. There's still BLM land owns the property between Johnson Lane and the residents that are privately owned and the gravel pit. It's right on, the gravel pit is located in the first property that is controlled by the BIA allotment land.
Does that answer your question, Dave?
No,
Tom is saying it does not affect the permanent open space buffer to the north and east.
well, does that mean that there's going to be a buffer there between the gravel pit and the Johnson Lane area? If there is a requirement for that, then how are they going to provide the road from the gravel pit to Johnson Lane?
The roads existing. They're using an existing BLM road. It's a dirt road that was existing.
So what you're saying, Tom, is the road has no impact on the permanent open space buffer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, the detention basins that we referred to in this policy 3 is just located immediately east of the private properties, along the hill line there, east of Johnson Lane, and I think that's why that got included in this section.
Dave, did you have other comments or questions?
Well, when I read this, it looks like that open space buffer is to provide access to to area beyond the buffer. And if they're going to allow a gravel pit there, then they wouldn't have any access.
Tom Dallaire, is there a comment that you have on that? Is Dave correct?
I guess I'm not understanding the issue. There is an existing road currently at the end of Johnson Lane that exists through BLM property that goes onto the BIA property that is accessing the mine. That's there today. And it's the main corridor that people are using to access the open space for OHVs. And so that road exists today. They're not adding anything new. It's there. So maybe I'm not reading this same way.
Are they going to be blocking the access through BIA property?
They are not. Nope.
Any other comments or questions, Dave?
No.
Okay. So I think we've made the motion on this and it's been seconded. Am I correct, Sam Taylor? I'm losing track here now. Maureen has made the motion and Bryce has seconded to approve this language.
That was my understanding, Mr. Chair. This is Sam
Okay,
Taylor for Douglas County DA.
Thank you. Other discussion or comments? Okay, I'll call for the vote. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So the vote on this is 7-0 to approve policy 3. Rue and Stroth, I think we're at policy 2. And Sam, was Dave Cola asking to comment or question on this one?
I believe my notes show Maureen and Dave Acola.
Okay. Maureen, do you want to go first or Dave? Whoever's up, raise your hand.
For me, it's predominantly the timetable for the rehabilitation of the gravel pit, if there is one set or we're just waiting for it to wind down.
And that was a question for staff?
Yes, please.
And I'm not familiar with this gravel pit, Maureen. I'm gonna have to do some research on that. Maybe Sam's seen
some paperwork over the years. I know Bing inside and out, but not this one.
Okay,
I
that's
believe-
perfectly fine.
Sam?
This is Sam Booth, just for the record. On the east side of, well, obviously that's where Ruinstrath is, but the east side of 395, there's a property there. I'm not sure if it's a gravel pit, or if it is where there's some excavation there. But the plan about saying that once the site's completed, that they must submit plans to Douglas County and result in a development compatible with Ruinstrath. Basically, the master plan designation over that area right now is single family estates, and it has single family zoning in place too. So I think this policy is just saying, because it's already zoned for single family development, we're expecting that when they finish developing the site, they will do something with bringing forward a subdivision application, redeveloping the site. And when they do that, it should be compatible with the existing Ruinstrath community.
Thank you, Sam. Does that answer your question, Maureen?
Yes.
Okay. Dave, did you have other parts of this that you wanted to examine or ask questions about?
Yes, yes. Is the gravel pit the one on Settlemeyer's property, or is it the gravel mining operations that is west of 395 across from Ruinstrath?
Oh, go ahead. I believe, Tom, it's the one on the Settlemeyer property, and this is Sam Booth.
Right. That's within the Ruinstrath community plan. That's correct. The one on the south side, Dave, of 395, that one is again on a BIA allotment land that the owners apparently gave permission for that to happen. And it sounds like they're winding that one down, and was supposed to be a location of their residence or something, a pad or something. That's what I've heard anyway. But they didn't come to Douglas County for a permit or anything on that particular operation either.
Does that answer your question, Dave?
No, because you talk about the gravel pit.
So I think
you have to identify which gravel pit it is.
Well, I think Sam Booth is clarifying that's on the Settlemeyer property in Ruinstrath.
Yeah.
Tom was talking about a different gravel pit. So the Settlemeyer property gravel pit in Ruinstrath. So have we identified that pretty good for you, Dave, or?
I think it needs to be identified in the document. You're talking about the gravel pit. Okay. Nothing in there tells me that it's the gravel pit on the Settlemeyer property.
Well, I would imagine, and Sam Booth can correct me, that it's probably the only gravel pit that's within the Ruinstrath community plan. I think you're probably right. We probably should always have more clarification if and when we can, but unless there's more than one gravel pit, then I think it's probably self-identified. Sam Taylor, did you have a comment you wanted to throw in?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think one of the ways to solve this problem would be just to insert the word any gravel pit, right? Within the community, or within the area, shall be developed in accordance with the plans.
That'd be fine by me unless there's more than one gravel pit out there.
That works for me.
Okay, great. We'll modify that, Sam, to say rehabilitation or reuse of any gravel pit. Anything else on this item that people want to raise? Okay. I would look for a motion to approve that modified language, policy 2.
Adoption of policy 2 as modified.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? I'll call the roll. Christy.
Aye.
Bryce.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Mark.
Aye.
Brian.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is a 7-0. The policy 2 is adopted. Policy 4.
That was me. That was a typo. They made the change. So if there's no discussion by the Planning Commission, I'll move adoption of policy 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bryce seconds the motion. Any discussion? Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This is 7-0 approving policy 4. Policy 5.
That's me again with water and water testing. I'm satisfied with staff's response. I will leave it to the Planning Commission if they want to have any discussion.
Is there comments or questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none, Maureen, you can make a motion.
I will move to adopt policy 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Maureen moves and Christie seconds the motion. Further discussion? I'll call for the vote. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This would be 7-0 to approve policy 5. Pine Nut. I believe, Maureen, you may have had a question or concern on the description.
Yes, over the years, Don Bentley, I think that was his first name, bought up thousands of acres of watershed and meadow and wetlands throughout the Pine Nuts. Each acre or each parcel has development rights. And I just wanted a quick wrap up if staff had one about how many units should the Sun decide to develop out there or sell off the development rights are we looking at in case they want to do a large scale cluster development. I know there are issues with something like that, but I just want to know what we're looking at.
Mark, do you have some comments that you'd like to throw in on this question?
So it's my understanding that that was approved for acquisition by the Southern Nevada Lands Act, and it's been approved for 3 years. They're just very slow in the process of going forward. So I don't think Mr. Bentley will actually have anything out there any longer.
Well, that works for me. If there's no discussion by the Planning Commission, I will move adoption of the introduction to the Pine Nut region.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Brian, I think I heard your first seconds Maureen's motion to approve the language descriptive of the Pine Nut region. Further discussion?
Yes.
Dave.
Okay. I'm not sure if the Pine Nut region includes the stuff along 395 from going south to TRE, but there are a lot of parcels around there that have recently been sold or up for sale and I consider it part of the Pine Nuts.
Okay. Do you have language that you think that should be referenced in the introduction there, or are you just making that observation for future reference?
I'm making that observation. I just don't know how to include it in the description.
Mr. Chair, this is Sam Booth. I've highlighted a section I think addresses what Mr. Ecole is discussing, that land south of Ruinstrath along US 395 have seen increased residential development in the form of manufactured homes with little or no infrastructure provided. And then it does go on about some other types of items.
Dave, is that the descriptive language that you find helpful in this summary?
Let me think about it for a minute. I don't know how the highlighted portion pertains to that. The land along 395.
Well, I think it's descriptive language, and I don't want to interpret your comments, but if you're thinking that you need to have restrictive language, that would have to be in the form of a policy. The descriptive language merely describes the area and provides information to those who would read the master plan. So, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's I think we've got descriptive language, and the policies are as outlined below.
What is the definition of allotment lands then? I believe that is part of the tribal lands, and the lands that are being developed right now are not part of the tribal lands.
Sam Booth, do you have a interpretation of what an allotment land is? Is that only Indian lands, or does that include other land?
I believe, I think the second sentence there does cover that, and Dave's right. It says much of the lands in the Pine Nut region are allotted to individual tribal members, and allotments, I think, it is discussing those lands. One thing I would point out is, and I think that is the majority of the properties that we've seen developed in areas along that area. There are allotments owned by individual tribal members, but there is also Pine View Estates in that area that has recently been accepted into Douglas County by the county, and is no longer on a tribal allotment. We could put a description of Pine View Estates in this description here.
We don't have a community plan for this. This is it, the region, Pine Nut region. So we probably ought to add some sort of description for that Pine View Estates. I think they're working on those improvements so that it can be actual real property, that they're gonna, that the county would end up being in control of, as far as permitting goes, those kinds of things.
Dave, would that help you if we added some descriptive language and came back to this issue that discussed Pine View Estates and the other area that might not be allotment area in that region? Would that be helpful to allay your concerns?
I understand the allotment lands, and I understand Pine View Estates, but there is other lands that is part of the TRE area, south of Leviathan Mine Road, that is being developed right now. Was owned by Don Bentley, and it's either has been sold or is in the process of being sold, and it's part of the Pine Nuts also. So I'm having a hard time figuring out how to describe it.
Okay, that's why I was kind of suggesting that maybe we come back to this issue if staff could go and put a further description together. But Sam Taylor, did you have some wisdom on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if Mr. Acola was referring to the land around Holbrook, because there's a lot of private lots there that weren't part of allotted lands.
No, there's a lot of land along 395 north of Holbrook up to Leviathan Mine Road. There's tribal lands from Pine View Estates on both sides of 395. It goes south to Leviathan Mine Road on the west, continues south from on the east side of 395 to the end of allotment lands, and there's lands that were owned by Don Bentley between the tribal lands and Holbrook Junction.
My suggestion would be that Dave, you've obviously studied this area pretty significantly. So my suggestion is perhaps you can come up with additional language, working with Tom Delaire or with Sam Booth, that describes this area in greater detail, and would provide you with the satisfaction that we'd have, knowing that this is something that you're interested in, and we would want fully described in the master plan. Would that be acceptable to you, Dave, if we just come back to this one after we've got some language written that would satisfy what you're interested in?
We can come back to it. I'm not particularly interested. I just know that it's incorrect the way it's written now.
Okay, well, we don't want to have things that are incorrect. So without objection, then we'll postpone this issue, and then I'll ask staff to get something together and work with Dave Acola to come up with satisfactory language on the introductory section to the Pine Nut region. Any thoughts or objections to moving forward and postponing this?
I don't have any problem with it.
Great. Well, we want to do it the right way. So we'll skip over that one and go to Sierra region. I think number 3, Sam, is that next on our list?
That's correct.
Yeah, that's me. I just wondered if we wanted to say encourage access to public lands for recreational use through trailheads to kind of control and channel the access to the public lands, as opposed to having open season like there is in the Pine Nuts on BIA land and BLM land.
Staff, any objections to Maureen's language there?
Let's see.
Through trailheads.
Or through by acquisition or construction of trailheads, or
Can I help there? Maybe approved access points, because I know that through the ranchos, there's many different access points, but not all of them are trailheads.
mm-hmm.
And this is Sam Booth. I would just say I don't know if it's just trailheads, and I think that's why the language is stated that way. Because if you look down at policy number 5, it's supporting the implementation of the Heavenly Ski Resort Master Plan. And Heavenly Ski Resort is within the Sierra region. So, of course, the resort itself doesn't have just direct trailheads accessing the open space. But maybe there's a way we can incorporate that language in there to encourage trailheads or something like that.
And I think we had addressed that in the land use.
Tom, excuse me. I like Brian's language. Just approved access points seems to me to cover everything. Maureen, does that get what you're trying to do?
That works.
Okay, approved access points. Sam, does that seem like it's meets what we need to meet?
Great.
Approved access point. At the end, I think maybe. At the end, Brian, is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so for recreational use via approved access points, or I don't know, through, yeah, that works better.
Mr. Chair.
Through approved access points. Bryce.
I understand where Brian's coming from, and Maureen. My concern with this is I don't think it's our job to dictate whether you can access public land through an approved access point. If I want to take the horses and go riding, I don't necessarily need to be on a trail. If I want to go for a walk, I don't need to be on an approved access point. If I want to go snowshoeing or cross-country skiing, I don't need an approved access point. So I think this is just saying that encouraging access to public lands for recreational use, I don't think it's our place to dictate whether that has to be an approved access point, and really what is the definition of that?
We're not restricting access
Excuse me, let's
only
go
to approved, right?
Excuse me, Maureen. Let's go one at a time. Brian and Mark, and then we'll come back to you, Maureen. Brian?
So what I'm reading this as is we're encouraging them to use the approved access points. I mean, if you talk to anybody from any of the trail associations, any of those people, you know, when people are not using trailheads, not using trails, they're actually damaging our forest. I think, you know, encouraging people to use the approved access points is kind of, you know, encouraging them to set up these access points to prevent the people from doing exactly what you're saying, Bryce, just parking on the side of Kingsbury and then just boom, here I hike on out, and you know, it's not really an access point, something that's not maintained. You know, mainly I'm just looking at, you know, anywhere you've gone hiking, typically there's a trail and you're advised to stay within the trail. I know that this is not what everybody does, but if we're encouraging people to stay on the trail, we're encouraging us maintaining the beautiful character of the Sierra region that we have.
Thank you, Brian. Mark, you're next. Mark, you're still muted, I think.
Isn't this already part of the recreational plan? I mean, when I read through the document, it says any time that we have any development that's next to public lands, that the county commissioners are requiring access through that development. So I don't even think we need policy 3 in here.
Good point. Maureen, did you want to follow up on what Bryce was saying or anything else?
Well, I support what Brian is saying, that we're not saying to people, you can only access areas or the Sierras through these assigned access points. If somebody wants to go off piste, they go off piste. But I agree with Brian in that we want to kind of channel the access so that we limit the damage at the access points, so that we don't have that sprawl damaging along the road and causing dangerous conditions. And I don't consider the Sierra region to be the same as the pine nuts, the BLM land, where we can require a trailhead or trailhead access. This, to me, this reads differently. This is encouraging using the lands, but this is the Sierras. So it's Forest Service land, not pine nut land. Am I making myself clear? It's got a different connotation to me.
Yes, thank you. So it seems to me we got 3 propositions that are being suggested. One is we delete the policy entirely in that it's duplicative and is referenced in other places. One, that we stay with the exact same language, encourage access to public lands for recreation loose, and just leave it as is. And one, that we add a qualifier that says through approved access points. So
to make it easy, I say take it out.
Delete policy 3?
Yep.
Okay. Are there thoughts for or against deleting policy 3?
Personally, I think I like the edited version. You know, like as I mentioned, you know, encouraging people to access through approved access points can never do anything that's harmful to this area. I think it only can provide value, and I think the deletion of this, you know, yes, it is mentioned in other areas, but I think the Sierra region, as Maureen says, you know, it's a different type of region, and I think it requires something, you know, as such as this to encourage people to use it properly. I mean, if we, you know, really degrade the area over there, it's not going to be a place that people are wanting to even access. You know, I'd say if we use the through approved access points, we're encouraging people to do the right thing. Whether or not they do so, I mean, that's up to the individual.
Okay. Other planning commissioners want to weigh in? Bryce?
Yeah, I mean, I respect what Brian and Maureen are saying. I think, quote unquote, the right thing is debatable, but this isn't a hill worth dying on for me. It's encouraging them to use the approved access points, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. Anybody else want to weigh in before we call for a motion? Okay. First person to raise their hand gets to make the motion.
I get to make the motion, was my idea. I move adoption of policy 3 with Brian's changes regarding approved access points.
And I respect your opportunity to make the motion since you raised this. So the motion has been made to adopt policy 3 with the modified language. Is there a second?
I'll second my changes.
Brian seconds the motion. Is there a discussion? If there's no discussion, we'll call for the vote on adopting policy 3 as amended. Christy?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, so this is 7-0 adopting policy 3. We're now on to Topaz Region, I believe number 4.
That's
Okay,
correct, Mr. Chair, and this was highlighted by Maureen.
Yeah, and as I've said before, when I said in the comments out to Sam, that some of my comments would be repetitive, and this is one. I am satisfied with staff's explanation earlier about water systems and the sewer.
Thank you, Maureen. Any other comments on item 4? Okay, Maureen, would you like to make a motion?
I'll move adoption of policy 4 as written.
Is there a second?
Second.
Christie seconds the motion. Is there further debate? I'll call the roll. Christie?
Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave? Dave, you might be still on mute we're on policy 4, Topaz.
Aye.
Thank you, Dave. Mark?
Aye.
Ryan?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. On this, it's a 7-0 adoption of policy 4. And I think we're up to Topaz Ranch Estates, Holbrook Junction, policy 4.
On this one, this is mine. If we're going to have a community water system, do we want to mention anything about a sewer plant, a small sewer plant to serve this development area, instead of having it all on septic?
Comment? The receiving area south of 208 is mute. It was done away with by the BOCC.
The Elephant Ranch, David?
Pardon?
Is this the Elephant Ranch?
Yes.
Okay, Dave, thank you for that point. I think they took most of it away, but I'm not sure they took all of it away. Sam Booth or Tom, further comments on that?
Yeah, there still are a couple parcels that are remaining in receiving area. Yeah, so.
Okay,
there is
thanks.
that.
Maureen, did you have questions about whether we should add sewer plant language? I'm not sure if that's something you want to add, or if Sam or Tom wants to comment on whether we need or want to have language on that.
Yeah, I'd like to have staff's opinion as to whether or not building out this area would trigger the construction of a sewer plant to go along with the water plant.
Maureen, this is Tom Delaire for the record. The Elephant Ranch, or the Parkland Holdings property south of 208, was hard zoned underneath that receiving area for both commercial, multifamily, single family estates, which is 1 or 2 acre parcels. We did under policy 2 encourage the 2 acre minimum parcels to try and curb that, allowing then the wells and septics, if they desire, to find it as larger single family parcels there. And then the rural areas, most of the ranch is under a rural area future land use, which is the 5 acre or 10 acre parcels. So adding a sewer system, may not be beneficial in that area.
Thank you.
In there.
If there's no discussion by the planning commission on this, I'll move adoption of policy 4.
Is there a second?
Second.
Christie seconds the motion that Maureen makes to approve policy 4. Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
Dave, go ahead.
Okay. Since I'm going to be on TRE GID in January, the area south of 208 is their main TRE's main source of water. And if you allow septic systems in there, it will degrade the water for the whole TRE subdivision. And so you will need a community sewer system there.
Okay, thank you, Dave. So you're basically supporting the language that is in policy 4. It says it should be served by community water system
and sewer system.
Do we need to have the language for sewer system added in there? I think Tom was suggesting that might be not necessary.
I think it is necessary.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly, Tom Delaire, or did I misconstrue what your comments were?
No, the parcel size would be similar to what is in Topaz Ranch Estates. I think Topaz Ranch has a variety of different types of parcels there, but we were trying to encourage with policy 2 the 2 acre minimum parcel size in the single family estates.
Well, my question to you was, should we add the language that Dave Acola seems to be suggesting to require a sewer system?
I just don't see the densities there. I mean, for it, we would need to look and see where his well is that he's referring to.
Okay, you're saying not needed.
Yeah.
Okay. Bryce, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know it's getting late and everybody's tired, but the more I read this, the more concerned I am. TRE Holbrook area is a rural community, and I'm trying to understand why we're going to require future commercial multifamily and then specifically single family estates tie into a community water system. This is expensive. It's difficult for homeowners who want to build on rural properties. Why are we restricting these rural residents and forcing them to tie into a community water system?
Good question. Dave Acola, from the perspective of somebody who lives in the area, do you want to try and respond to Bryce's question? Why should we require that it be served by a community water system?
Well, one of my big concerns is the receiving area. The receiving area was eliminated by the BOCC. All that area was transferred up to Muller Parkway by Parks. So that receiving area does not exist. There's an area out there that can be developed, but if you go back to the original underlying development, if you're going to put multifamily in there, then you're going to need a central sewer system.
This is Bryce again, Mr. Chairman. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Acola, but here's my concern. Let's take a resident who purchases a 2 acre parcel and wants to build a home out there because it's rural, it's quiet, it's away from the main Carson Valley. This is suggesting that individual now must tie in to a community water system. I don't know where that community water system is. That may be in the middle. You know, there's only a couple paved roads out there, and so now you're going to have to go and tie in to a main water line versus having the ability to drill a well on your property. And I'm just trying to understand why we would mandate that.
Okay, thank you for the comments, Bryce. Anybody else on the Planning Commission want to weigh in on the pros and cons of Policy 4? Mark.
So if the receiving area has in fact been eliminated because it was moved to Muller Parkway, then I think we just eliminate this whole thing, because I believe what Bryce is saying, that yes, if you're just going to put a house on 2 acres out there, there's no way you should have to tie into a water system or a sewer system.
That's a good point. I think, Mark, there is still some receiving area there. The question remains is whether that receiving area is likely to see significant building. I don't know what the acreage is that they left. It wasn't very much, and I'm not sure that area is really prime candidate for development. But I think you and Bryce make a good point here. Sam Booth, did you have comments that you wanted to add on this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I can speak to this policy. This was a policy that was in the draft 2016 master plan. And obviously, as you can see, and as Mr. Cola pointed out, it was mainly intended to speak to the receiving area that used to be there. He's correct that the majority of that receiving area is removed. There were 2 or 3 landowners maybe that were not David Park and Park Ranch Holdings, and so their receiving area was not removed. They are small parcels that are there, and I think Tom pointed out that we left this policy because there is some commercial zoning and there's multifamily zoning. Just a few parcels just south of the community center on the north side of 208, I believe, is kind of where that's clustered. A couple of points. I think you could strike this policy and that the development code would stand on its own, that if someone comes in to develop a multifamily building on that site, we're going to discuss with NDEP and review our own code as to whether or not a commercial septic system would be a possibility, or that no, you couldn't construct that building without tying into sewer or water. And another alternative would be, I think maybe as Bryce is hinting to, is if we leave this policy, it might be appropriate to remove single family estates from the description. And just to really focus on the commercial and multifamily, that higher density use.
Thank you, Sam. Good suggestions. So once again, we have on the table the exact language that's in policy 4. We have a suggestion from Sam Booth that we strike single family estates and leave the language as it exists. And then we have the idea that we strike the entire policy. So those seem to be the 3 options, and I'd be welcoming either other comments or a motion on this.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike policy 4. To Mr. Booth's comments, I think it's already identified in the standards and in code. Trying to carve it up, you get into why water and not sewer. I think it's easier just to eliminate it.
Okay, Bryce is moving that we eliminate policy 4. Is there a second to that?
Chair, we have a motion. We have an existing motion on the table that I made and Christie seconded. So I need to rescind my motion so Bryce can make his.
I lost track of that.
Sorry, Maureen.
Sam Taylor, did you catch that? I thought we were clean on this one. Did Maureen already make the motion and Dave got it? We had some discussion?
That was my understanding, is where Dave's discussion came from. But in order for Maureen to withdraw her motion, she needs the approval of the second.
Yes, she does. And I stand corrected, Bryce. I'm sorry. Maureen, would you like to withdraw your motion?
Yes, I will withdraw my motion.
Christie, do you approve the withdrawal of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. So Bryce has moved that we strike policy 4, and we'll need to have a second on that motion.
Second.
And Maureen seconds the motion. Is there further discussion? Okay. I'll call the question, and this is on Bryce's motion to remove policy 4 from the Topaz Ranch Estates community plan. Christie?
Confirm. Aye.
Bryce?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Mark?
Aye.
Brian?
Aye.
Maureen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. So this is 7-0, and the policy number 4 is removed. So with that, I think we'll conclude the business on the master plan for the evening, and we'll come back tomorrow and pick up with agriculture. I would suggest to people that if you do have items that are on the discussion list in the remaining elements, please try and bring forward any language that you want to suggest that is helpful, and I think that moves us forward. Sam Taylor, did you have a comment?
Yeah, don't forget, Mr. Chair, that under the OML, because it's a public meeting, you have to have 2 public comment periods. So
yes, I was just going to move to my script on closing public comment.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't adjourn without doing that.
Absolutely. So unless there are other comments from the Planning Commission, I'll move to closing public comment. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Planning Commission. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per person who has left a voice message on Douglas County's public comment phone line, 775-783-6088. The voice messages will be played to the public and Planning Commission in the order they were recorded. No more than 1 voice message public comment per person will be played to the Planning Commission and public. I now have the time as 6:59. So Colleen, do you have public comments that we can play at this point?
Yes, as of this time, I have 1.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I still object, oppose to how this master plan process, especially this workshop, with no interactive dialogue availability to the public. I painstakingly reviewed the land use element and made recommendations for cleanup and clarity. If I didn't pique any of the commissioners' interest, my suggestions are on the cutting room floor. That's pretty shameful. I also want to make note that staff did reach out to me, but we did not connect, I suppose, about my input.
That came in at 3:25 this afternoon, and that's all I have so far.
Okay. Thank you, Colleen. We'll keep public comment open for another 4 or 5 minutes if there are other comments that come in. Again, you can also address emails to the planning department. The master plan information is on the county website. It is a large volume of information in the packet, but I would remind people that the entire packet is not the actions we'll be taking. We only have 64 pages, I believe, on the master plan goals, policies, and actions. So that's the items that we will be considering tomorrow. So I would open it to any other members of the Planning Commission to make comments at this point, if there are other comments that need to be made. If not, I do want to thank all of these staff. They worked extremely hard to get us to the point where we're at today. I particularly appreciate the support staff that has stayed well beyond the time that I thought we would be through this evening. But they're always there, and they're always conscientious in the work that they do. So I appreciate that very much. I want to thank the members of the Planning Commission. You all have prepared yourself very well. You've made very important comments. I think we've gotten to a good resolution on virtually every issue. So I appreciate the work that everybody has done. It makes a big difference in getting us to the point that we're at. And I would note that we do have probably as many as 60 items on the list to go through tomorrow. We won't have a lot of preparatory materials to present. So I'd ask the staff to be ready to go as soon as we finish the opening public comment to start right in on the remaining elements. We'll again try and go as long as we can, maybe take a break around 3:30 or 4 o'clock, and hopefully finish the items not too late in the evening. But I do want to have a full discussion and a full debate on issues that are important to members of the Planning Commission. I think that's an important part of the process. And again, we will come back in November and have the conclusion of the action on the master plan. So there will be adequate time for public comment and further review between now and November. So, Maureen, did you have your hand up and wanted to?
Yeah, just a procedural question. Since we sent all our questions to Sam Booth, or our issues, if I go through and see, oh, this was addressed in another area, or this was, if I get those to Sam early in the morning, can he remove those from our discussion tomorrow, or do they stay as is?
I think we're locked into having approved the items that we've approved by consent and having to have further discussion or deliberation on the items that were flagged for discussion or action. So I think if we can move expeditiously on those, I think everybody did a very good job today once we got going. And if there are items that you don't see as necessary, we can just move through those as quickly as we did today. I don't want to preclude any discussion on anything, and I want to follow the rules as strictly as we need to for getting everything approved. And I think we can do that in a relatively quick fashion tomorrow. But there are important items that need to be considered, and I want to have a full and thorough discussion on those.
Okay, I'm pretty certain there was one other item where I made a motion and then a new motion was proposed. I'll see if I can find where that was. And I didn't rescind my motion first.
Okay,
so
thank you.
It'll be there somewhere. You did a good job.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's assistance and support. Colleen, do we have other comments that have come in the intervening minutes?
Yes, we do.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Jim Slade. The 1996 master plan was completed after significant public input over the course of years, including meetings in every identified community in Douglas County. As the guiding document of the county, it reflected the will of the residents of the county as a whole. It emphasized on the first page the introduction that the principal desire was to keep our rural character. Every update since, including the proposed 2016 update, again included significant public input in meetings in individual communities. Changes made were still consistent with the goals and policies that reflected the public's priorities. Unfortunately, that is not the case this time, as many of the changes are giveaways to developers, hence contrary to the public interest. They've been introduced by the reliably pro-development Department of Community Development. Asked last month where this added language had come from and at whose request. Predictably, they didn't give a real answer, but suggested that it came from the board. Since the board never voted on that language, perhaps it came from one or two of the pro-development commissioners who will no longer be on the board next year. Let's look at some examples. Ag Goal 2, protect, expand open space and natural areas while enabling types of development that acknowledge and enhance agricultural areas. Nearly all residents agree with the first part of the goal. The second part about enabling types of development is more problematic and appears to be another pro-development statement. The term is unclear and vague. What does to acknowledge and enhance agricultural areas mean? Ag Policy A10, protect prime farmland by discouraging development patterns that harm this important resource. Most of the agricultural land in Douglas County is ranch land rather than prime farmland, of which one can argue there is very little. Most of our ag land is used for cattle raising and growing hay and alfalfa. This policy, by seeming to differentiate between farmland and ranch land, would be another giveaway to developers. All agricultural lands in Douglas County should be discourage development patterns that harm this important resource. This policy should be changed to begin protect agricultural land, or it should be removed. As it is, it's just another pro-development statement. Growth Management 1. Accommodate residential growth to a level that natural and fiscal resources can support and that our businesses need to flourish. Growth Management Goal 1 in our current 2011 master plan stays to keep growth in Douglas County to a sustainable level that natural and fiscal resources can support. That goal should be kept as goal 1 of this update. The phrase that our businesses need to flourish is so vague as to be meaningless. What is clear is that it is designed to be a pro-development statement and should be removed. Growth in housing goal 3, increase housing opportunities and reduce the shortage of housing that's affordable to the local community. Clearly another pro-development statement. In addition, the word affordable has many meanings as it applies to housing. It's also contrary to the public interest. On the recent master plan update survey, this was one of only a few.
Ran out of time.
Okay, Colleen, anything else come in while that public comment was being played?
Nope, that was it.
Okay, I have 7:08, so we've allowed more than 5 minutes for public comment. So unless anybody else on the Planning Commission has comments, I will adjourn the meeting at 7:08, and we'll see everybody tomorrow at 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.